What's going on, everybody? This is Steven Hyder, Gate City Sports Channel, and the guy over here to my right.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? You know me. I go by Philly Mike, host of the Philly Talk podcast, and Battle Birds podcast is kind of back. We missing our guy, Philly Fresh. Much love to him. You know, he had to take care of some business. We definitely going to get back to the three amigos. But go ahead. Listen, it's going to be a little different. Your boy Philly Mike ain't messing with the chat. And as you guys know, when we do Battle Birds podcast, we are live on not just one channel. We are live on two channels. Philly Talk Podcast and Gate City Sports Channel. So, you know, my guy Gate, he gonna come through for you guys though.
All right. So first up, let me thank my guy Philly Fan D giving out super chats before we even started the live. That's my guy, man. He says, "Keep up the great vids." We're trying, bro. We're trying to give you that daily content, guys. We know it's draft season. We're trying to make sure we stay consistent in giving you guys the content that you guys need and want. Okay, Victory. All right, we're already going to start the super chat battle. All right, my guy Vic3 with the $10 super chat says, "I see you're $5 Philly fan and raise you $5. Let's go, Battle Birds podcast." Appreciate you, Vic3.
Go. And hey, real quick, let me address this. My guy Mike says Philly Mike is in the closet somewhere. Yes, sir. Listen, your boy, if you look, we got boats and stuff wrapped up. Listen, your boy's at my brother-in-law's house. So my wife's brother, he lives in the sticks. You're gonna hear some chickens, some dogs. We out here in no man's land, and yes, I'm down in the basement. Their basement is huge, by the way, and they're hoarders. So you're gonna see boxes and then all that good stuff all over the place. But you know what I do is I physically knew, I had a feeling that Battle Birds was gonna arise back up this weekend. So when I go on a road trip to my brother-in-law's house, I bring the equipment. It's a little bit broken down, but we get it done.
Mike moved to Carolina if y'all didn't catch on to that. Yeah, here with chickens. He got goats, sheep. All right, my guy Kevin Bacon, I appreciate the $4.99 super chat, man. He says, "Solid, man. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you, bro." All right, so if you guys don't know, this is the 1.0. This is the 1.0 of the mock draft. If you guys don't know this, we don't do many. We're going to do one mock draft, and we're going to bring Reese back with us next week. Reese is going to assess what we did, and we'll do a 2.0. We don't need 45 million mock drafts, guys. We're going to roll with one and then one edit, and that's it. That'll be the Battle Birds podcast mock draft season for you guys. If you don't know, one thing I will say, Philly Fan D, you're killing me, bro. All right, let me get this real quick. One thing I will say is that if you know me, I'll trade back. We'll pick sometime by Saturday. if you let me solely control the draft, guys, I'm a big proponent of trading back unless there's someone there that I really, really want. Like, you know, you got to move me towards it. You guys remember, I was a huge Jalen Reagor guy long before he came on anyone's radar with the Eagles. I was touting him back in December of 2019. I said that I thought he was a good fit for Doug Peterson. We'll see if he's a fit for Sirianni. I do like the way that this coaching staff develops talent. But even I didn't do what the Eagles did. I didn't take Jalen Hurts there at 21. I traded back like 3 times. I mean, I really kept trading back, if you remember that draft. But hey, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I beat Howie Roseman's draft, by the way, last year. I felt like I felt like my draft was way better than Howie's draft turned out to be. I'm not saying that Howie missed on everything, but he missed on a few things, clearly. All right, Philly Fan D, what's up, man? $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. All right, guys. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I don't want to keep us too long because I know you guys are probably excited because this is mock draft season. We're going at 7 o'clock. You guys know that we're going to be followed up by Joey Shakes and Philly 500. They got their mock draft at 9 o'clock. We'll try to put a bow on this if we can by 9 o'clock. We're not trying to, we don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. We want nobody getting mad at us. We want to make sure you guys can get as many mock drafts in as y'all want and have a good Saturday night, guys. So without further ado, we're going to jump in, guys, and we're going to use PFF's mock draft simulator. I'll go over exactly how I set the parameters. Okay, guys. So let me go ahead and share the screen with you guys, and we'll kind of jump into this. And I want to pick Mike's mind for a few seconds before we start drafting now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me pull it up, Mike, and I got you.
All right. Real quick, shout out to my guy Jersey Boy in the building, channel member. Appreciate you 100%.
All right, guys. So the mock draft simulator is up, but I'm not going to hit start until I get a chance to talk for a little bit here with Mike. So, Mike, to start with, the Eagles already traded back once from 6 to 12. Let's just start there. What were your thoughts when they traded back?
First off, it was kind of like a gut punch. I was like, dang, man, because we heard the news about San Fran going from 12 to 3, knowing that they're automatically going to go up to 3 to get a quarterback. I was like, you know what? That's allowing Jamar Chase to really fall into our laps, like a generational talent, as my guy Gate City said on his profile of Jamar Chase. Is this the best wide receiver prospect since Julio Jones? When you put them names together, they're different players, but my goodness, your eyes raised. And so I was like, but then I looked at the bigger picture. A possible chance to get 3 first-round picks next year. The Eagles find themselves in a place where they know they got to rebuild, but rebuild ain't as bad as people make it sound. This is not basketball where you can rebuild for a long time. Football teams can turn it around quick, and the best way to do that is to accumulate draft picks. Get draft picks. The Browns did it. They took a little bit longer. The Dolphins did it. The Raiders did it. Took a little bit longer until they got better management, coaching. And so at the end of the day, I like it. I think we're going to miss out on the Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, but 12, I believe we can get somebody who fits what we need, which there's a lot of needs for the Philadelphia Eagles. And again, you can make it turn into something special if you end up executing a plan, which we all are not believers in Howie Roseman as the draft guy. He doesn't listen to the scouts and whatnot. So we're going to have to see it, but this is not just this draft, oh, wow, we did good. We got to see next draft to see if this was the right decision. So it's like a 2-year plan. I think Howie's kind of trying to put himself into the GM seat next year too. Like, let me finish the plan I started. It's scary, but who knows? I came around to it, and now you got the reports that the Eagles are going to possibly try to get into the top 10. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to get you in a couple follow-up questions on that, but Kayvon, what's good, man? How you doing, buddy? 199 super chat. Appreciate you. My guy says, what's up, Gate? What do you think of Charleston Rambo? Oklahoma or Miami version? Look, I think he's pretty good at all 3 layers of the game. So the deep, the intermediate, and then the short area. I think you could make him into any of the alignments. You can make him a slot. You can make him pretty much, you could play the boundary, but he's a little light in the butt. He's only like 175 pounds. Pause on that. And then as a flanker, like a movement Z, I think he could have some utility there. But to be honest, I can't give you a full breakdown of him without seeing, like, I need like 3 or 4 games to really watch him in depth in the routes. But just a little bit I've seen, and I do get a chance to watch some Oklahoma pretty much every year. I get to see at least 2 or 3 games. That's kind of what stood out to me, is he really worked all 3 phases of the field, whether it was underneath, whether it was intermediate route level, or over the top. All right, so I want to pick your mind on some other things here. The Eagles sit at number 12. So before we even get into this mock draft, 2 versions here. Version number 1, what player would make you trade away draft capital to move up into the top 10?
Jamar Chase. But again, I think Jamar Chase is going to go exactly at that number 6 spot. So it's like, the draft capital we acquired, are we just going to give it right back like buyer's remorse? Like, is it buyer's remorse? Let me go to Best Buy and exchange this gift. I didn't like it. It was it's an expensive gift, but I'm going to exchange it. So, I mean, if you move up to 8 or 9, maybe Howie can finagle something with the Zach Ertz possible trade. Carolina could use a tight end. They got Robbie Anderson. They got these receivers on the outside. They just got Sam Darnold. They can do it where maybe they, a Zach Ertz, our 12th pick, and maybe a 3rd round pick for the 8th or 9th overall, Denver or Carolina. However, it's like, at that point, you move up. I think you're solely moving up just to hop over the Giants and Cowboys, because there's 2 positions we need, right? Wide receiver and, well, we need a lot of positions, don't get me wrong, but wide receiver and cornerback are on the Eagles' mind, so they say. With that being said, the Giants look like they're going to take Devontae Smith in front of us if he falls to there. And the Cowboys look like they're going to take the best corner that they believe. Whether you believe the best corner is Patrick Surtain, whether you believe the best corner is J.C. Horn. Here's the thing. The Eagles at 12 are going to get their third or fourth best wide receiver or the second best corner compared to somebody else's board. So it's like if we jump up to 9, we're not going to jump up to get them Kyle Pitts or that Jamar Chase, but it gives us a chance to say, who do we like better, Surtain or Horn? Who do we like better, Waddle or Smith? We're not just left with the leftovers because let's think about it. Carolina lost James Bradbury, who's shining with the Giants. So Carolina could get a corner. Denver loves corners. Giants want receivers or a corner. So you're at a spot where you can watch 8, 9, 10, 11, and you're like, this guy wanted, this guy wanted, this guy wanted, you know what I mean? That could be 4 picks that take away every Eagle fan's favorite guy in the draft. Like if you're a Patrick Surtain guy, like, could you imagine Carolina breaks it and says Carolina takes Patrick Surtain to replace James Bradbury? You know what I mean? Then Denver goes ahead and takes J.C. Horn. Now the Giants take the fallen receiver, whether it's Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith, and the Cowboys come up and just say, I don't know what they're going to do. But now the Eagles are sitting at 12 like, really? J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle. Now you got Howie Roseman coming out like Cordy Pay. Like, that could happen at 12. So I don't want to risk the capital. But now that I think about it and I keep hearing myself say it, Carolina can use defense. They were allowing a lot of points. Like Teddy Bridgewater and them quarterbacks were putting up 27 and losing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Eagles landed. Just real quick, man. Defensive tackle Christian Barmore, huge fan. Very disruptive on Alabama's. I haven't even broke him down. He just flashed me when I was watching Surtain. When I would, run full games and I was watching like Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, because those are the 3 guys I've gotten to. He popped on film. Like he definitely popped on film. He's very disruptive on that line. This is what I want to do, guys. We have to move fast. So you have to give us elevator pitches. All right. 30 seconds, guys. 30-second pitches, because we got to get guys in and out. We got to start the mock draft. All right. But I'm going to post it. I'm going to post a link to the chat in the description. We'll take 3 to 5 of you guys in if you guys want to, and you can give us your elevator pitch to what it would take for you guys to move up, or why you just absolutely would not move back. All right, guys, I'm posting it now.
All right, I'm gonna post it in my chat too.
I'm putting it inside of the actual chat.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you could post it on yours too. I mean, it'd be fine.
No, I forgot when the StreamYard does it. It goes on both. I forgot.
So let me ask you a question, Mike. While these guys are waiting to chime in, what would make you trade back? What would be the circumstance? What group of players you say are missing, and you say, depending on how far I got to go back and what I'm going to get in compensation, if these guys aren't there, I'm considering it. What would that have to look like for you? Like what players in particular would need to be off the board?
These 4 players. If one of these 4 players are on the board, I'm pulling the trigger. Whether it's Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain. I can see that. Now, Jalen Waddle, I'm a little bit nervous about just because of the ankle. It's a quick heel type thing. I think he'll be good. He doesn't show a history, but the Eagles, it's kind of scary, bro. It's just legitly scary. But listen, if them guys get off the board, like I said, Patrick Surtain goes at 8. Denver freaks out and takes J.C. Horn because they're built around the defense. Yeah, things can change. I mean, even though Denver needs a quarterback, they might take a lingering quarterback that's hanging around. So let me just be honest and say that as well. But yeah, man, moving back, if you move back to 15, 16, then you're looking at a JOK. You're looking at a Rashad Bateman. You're looking at a Greg Newsome. You know what I mean? Or Caleb Farley. Now you're farther back in the draft. You can justify the great talent who has a little bit of medical history, even though he cleared the medical thing. So Greg Newsome, JOK, Rashad Bateman, Caleb Farley, if you move back to 15 to 18, they're justified. But real quick before Vic goes, man, I finally have bad internet, and he came right for my throat.
You got that Philly Fresh. You got that Philly Fresh special, don't you?
Hey,
Got you
I'm out in the boondocks. I'm on a really cheap Chrome tablet laptop. Like, what else can I do, man? I'm trying for you guys.
Hey, man, I appreciate it.
All right. So, Victory, I'll give you the elevator speech for us. So, in order to trade up, what player has to be available, and where would you trade up to? Like, is there like a deadline of how far you'll go up because of how much it would cost to get up in the draft?
Well, I don't think we can really go up that far if we're going to trade back in the 6th spot. That wouldn't make us look. That wouldn't be good on us. Plus, I don't think anyone before 6 would be willing to give up their spots. I don't think there's really going to be much. I think the number 4 spot is in play, but I don't really think there's much anything after that that'll be available, unless someone's going to give out a ridiculous offer. And I don't think we're in a position to do it, but I don't think we would do it.
What about a team like Carolina? Say Sewell's off the board. They could use offensive line. I mean, they got a decent offensive line there, but if you can get a Rashawn Slater, I think that would be appealing to them. Or let's just say they don't want to take a corner that high in the draft. Do you think that might be a team that might be willing to get back?
Well, with Carolina, what's to say they still won't go after a quarterback? You still got Justin Fields that possibly might be out there.
They could.
They got Darnold. Even though they got Darnold this year and they're looks like they're done with Teddy Bridgewater, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all in on Darnold.
True.
Yeah. They definitely could. They could, but I think Darnold's going to prove to be pretty good there, to be honest.
Hopefully, he has. I don't know. I think he looked good in New York, but it's just the offense and the scheme and just playing off the team that they had. Forcing a lot of things that he wasn't used to doing.
Yeah. So basically, your standpoint on this would be you wouldn't come forward. You wouldn't come forward unless it's got to be.
If I knew it was something like maybe Dallas was trying to get like a cornerback like Horn or something like that, and we were really interested. I don't know, what the Eagles see on it, but if we were really interested, I could see that happening. I said Chase. Chase is probably the only one I could see, going crazy to try to get going back in the first round and get. Parsons maybe, all depending on who do we think might get him.
Sure. All right, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Hey, guys, we're going to keep doing this. This won't be the only opportunity, guys. We'll do this through a couple of points throughout the video, guys, okay? What's going on, NFC East Beast coming from the Outer Banks over here trying to tell me about the nice beach weather he's getting out here while I'm stuck in Greensboro, North Carolina, almost landlocked by the mountains. What's good, man?
Well, brother, you're only, let's see, Greensboro, about 5 hours away. Come on over. I got plenty of
Don't tempt me, bro. Don't tempt me.
You can bring your wife and kids, too. So how you doing, Steven? How you doing, Mike?
Hey, how you doing? We doing good.
Good, man. Good.
For a trade-up, those top 2 receivers, Pitts and Chase, that would be an absolute. Sewell and Horn, a couple spots, 3 spots, that would be a nice thing.
Let me ask you this, NFC East Beast. If the Eagles do stay at,
You can call me Dave.
Dave, there you go. I can't see your. If you have a name put up, he got the comment block and I can't see. So shout out to Dave. If you said Jamar Chase and Pitts, how far do you think we got to go up to get one of them? You think you got to go up to 6 and beyond? Like you got to go back to where you started, right?
Man, you might have to go to 4 to get Pitts.
Yeah.
Or, I
agree.
As my only 2 blue chip players in this draft,
It's interesting because you came out with offensive linemen, which fits the profile of what the Eagles like to do. And I do think that Sewell could interest the Eagles. Don't get me wrong. I think if Sewell were to really slide down the draft board, I think that's a really good football player. I'm not too sure I would classify it necessarily as an immediate need, but it's a long-term need because, our right side and our center is pretty old. I mean, it's getting to the end of those guys' careers, unfortunately. So I could definitely understand that one because, it fits the profile. I got to tell you, though, man, I don't know. I'm not too sure this fan base would be delighted about trading back to 12, then moving back up into the top 10 to only take Sewell. I think most of the fan base, I think they would forget about the first round pick we got as compensation from Miami. But that's a tough one, man, because I do like the player.
Yeah, I don't think they care too much about what the fan base thinks.
Clearly not. Clearly
Oh,
not.
How he proved that last year. Jalen Hurts in the second round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't go up real far for Sewell. I don't really see him as a blue chip. I see him more as a chip of a blue. You know, there's some rumors of some concerns with him. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we appreciate you, man. Getting all that sunny weather out there. You probably got the ocean breeze coming in.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All
right, man. We appreciate you, bro. What's up, Big Play Slay?
What up, guys?
Hey.
What up, Gate?
What's good, man?
And Mike. The question you guys were supposed to ask me, trading up to 6 or 7 for Chase or Pitts, I think I would do it.
Well,
I know. Yeah.
Big play.
You trade the 6?
If the Eagles trade up, give us your take on where do you think they would trade up, and what would they be doing it for? And like what me and Gate pretty much said is, why are we going to go back to 6 or beyond to get Chase or Pitts when we were right there in the beginning? So, I mean, you could make that argument that Howie's just buyer's remorse and trying to do it. But if you moved up for a player other than Chase or Pitts, who would it be, and is it worth it at this point?
From this point on, it has to be Chase, because Pitts, we already have Dallas Goedert. So why go after Kyle Pitts when you already have a tight end? Even though Kyle Pitts still is on everyone's radar, you kind of have to think that Jamar Chase is the player that they're trying to target. And I think they're trying to go at what's called Jamar Chase probably at 4, because the first 3 or 4 picks is where quarterbacks are off the board. So after that, it's everyone fills their team out. You get the best player available, which is primarily receivers, tight ends, offensive linemen, all that.
Uh-huh.
And that's where I see them going. Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. So at this point, what we're going to do, I appreciate you Play Slay, and guys, there'll be more opportunities. We're going to keep doing this. So after our first round pick, I'll go ahead and we'll do an elevator speech. We'll let 2 or 3 of you guys tell us why we were wrong on the pick. All right, all right, guys. All right. So at this point, guys, I guess it's just time. Let's just go ahead. Let's start it. And let's see what PFF gives us here in terms of the draft and who gets picked, what's available, and what we can do, guys. So here's how I set it up. Speed all the way up. You know, I'm going to set the speed down because we want time to be able to talk a little bit. Care for positional value, I put that up a little bit. Randomness, I put it down a little bit. I still left some randomness, but I don't want to go crazy with the randomness. Draft for needs in the middle. Public versus PFF board in the middle. So that way it's somewhat unpredictable. But hopefully it doesn't get too crazy, man, because some like the draft we did last year, man, like that would have been golden. That was just too easy to keep moving down the draft and accumulating picks. All right, I'm entering the draft, guys.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I wish we had that sound, the draft sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what they got here. They're on the clock. They say they need quarterback, tight end, tackle, safety. Does anyone honestly think that they're going to take anything outside of quarterback? I mean, come on. We know this is going to be Lawrence. Watch it not be Lawrence. That would be funny.
Yeah, you have to just throw this draft away.
Trevor Lawrence.
They're going to take this long. They're going to take this long on every
Zach
pick.
Wilson.
I know.
Zach Wilson. Justin Fields. Penei Sewell.
Ooh,
Jamar Chase went 5.
that makes me feel better.
Devontae Smith went 6.
What?
Jalen Waddle went 7th. Wide receivers are off the board, guys. Trey Lance just went 8th. Kyle Pitts just went 9th. All right, let me pause it right here. I'm going to tell you right now, in reality, I'm not going to do it because it'll spoil the draft, and I don't think this is really going to happen. If Kyle Pitts was there at 9 and Denver was willing to trade out of that spot, bro, I would definitely trade there. I don't think the Eagles would do it. I would do it. I would absolutely do it, but I don't think the Eagles would. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that how like I'm not gonna say that wouldn't happen because I do think it is a potential possibility, but I'm not gonna say that that's like 100% there. He's gonna slide all the way down to the number 9 pick. He didn't go to Dallas though, guys. He didn't go to Dallas.
Thank the
All
Lord.
right, resume draft on the clock.
Dallas taking Surtain.
Caleb Farley, number 10.
What?
All right, Giants are on the board. Mekhi Parsons. All right, we're on the board. We got Rashawn Slater, Christian Barmore, Patrick Surtain, Mac Jones, Christian Darrisaw, Trevin Moehrig, Rashad Bateman, J.C. Horn. What are you thinking, Mike? Chat, chime in, chat. So I'm thinking it's either you got to go Surtain or Horn here.
Yeah,
that would be my opinion because we need a lot of corner help. Both of the corners that we had high on the board have already fallen down to us at this point. If this were to be true, I don't see how we would avoid taking corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got some people saying Surtain. We got some Horn in here. What are your thoughts, Mike?
Here's my take on it. I said this to Sean Bradley on my interview. I said this in one other live stream I did. I haven't made a video on it, but here's my take when it comes to Surtain versus J.C. Horn. I honestly think that if you want a guy to come in and contribute year one, to be that guy or to be tasked to be that guy year one, I think Patrick Surtain is the safer route. I think Patrick Surtain will have success early quicker.
Yeah.
Because of his footwork, his technical stuff, his dad, all that stuff. I think J.C. Horn's ceiling is higher. So I think Surtain is a safer pick. He's going to be a great player. J.C. Horn
I'm thinking?
has the higher ceiling.
Can you already tell what I'm thinking?
A little bit.
I'm thinking about what Jalen's saying. I'm trading back. If I had an offer on the board right now, I would absolutely trade back. But Jalen, I did not get any offers for a trade.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to come up. So we have to take somebody here. I mean, I can try a trade. I mean, let me see.
See, here's the thing, Gate. On this one, this is the one I did too. If you do other ones, I think you get offers on other ones, but I don't think you get offers. Maybe you get offers on this one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can. You can get offers on this one, but
all right,
so we could try to trade with New England because Mac Jones is still on the board. We could get a quarterback. I think going back to 15 and gaining picks is not bad because we're still going to get a top player. Barmore's still on the board. Surtain's still on the board. Horn's still on the board.
Gate.
All three of those dudes would be difference makers.
Yeah. But Gate, let me ask you though, where do you stand with the J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain thing? Like I said, to me, I think Surtain is safer. I think he'll contribute earlier. I do think J.C. Horn's ceiling is higher. I'm not saying
I would go with the ceiling in this particular situation. In this particular situation, you have to go with where your board is, and I think the Eagles board would be on Surtain here. But me personally, I would go with J.C. Horn because J.C. Horn has a very impressive list of wide receivers he's lined up against and played well against. I trust that this guy is going to translate very well to the NFL. I do have worries that he gets handsy to the point of holding, and it will get called the NFL level if he doesn't chill out. But you know what, man, the dude's got the dog in him, and it's hard to teach a dude to have the dog. It's a lot easier to calm down the dog. Not in real life, it'd be the opposite. But in football, it's a lot easier to get a guy to take it down a notch than it is to try to get a guy that's not that kind of player to tone it up a little bit. Like it's harder to do that, in my opinion. What do you think, man?
So you're kind of on the same thing with me. Like you say, you think the Eagles got Surtain because of his just being technical footwork and just being solidified at the position, but you would take J.C. Horn off morals, off attributes, off talent, off of rawness. And that's where I fall. When I say higher ceiling, I say, did you see the guy's vertical? Did you see his long jump? Do you see how fast he is? Do you see his dog mentality? Did you see certain plays in college that he just made that are different?
Yeah.
I would probably go JC Horn too, but again, it's really tough, and that's where I stand. I think Surtain is safer, but I think JC Horn can pay off.
Since we're in agreement to Horn, should we try to trade back? Should we at least make an attempt?
This ain't a Gate City mock draft unless we trade back.
Bro. Trade back. All right. I'll make the pick. I just want you to know, if this was a Gate City sports mock draft, we're going back.
Hold on. Let's ask the chat this. Let's just see what the general consensus is. Chat, if you had to pick right now, JC Horn or Patrick Surtain, just say Horn or Surtain in the chat. We're going to read them a little bit and see. We're not going to tally everyone up and try not to spam it so we can get like a legit count, and we can just see whose name flashes more. Go ahead, chat. Do y'all thing.
See, 2020 gets me, man. He would trade back too. No, he's saying don't trade back.
I know. Here we go. So we got Surtain, Horn, Surtain, Horn, Surtain, Horn. Off the grip, the start, Horn is winning.
I think it's going to be Horn, man.
You got a couple more seconds,
guys.
And listen, everybody.
Horn.
I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for my poor internet. For the people who keep commenting about my poor internet, I am way out in the boonsticks, whatever you call that place. So we're not at the regular office.
All right, guys, we're gonna make the pick with the 12th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles, controlled by Gate City. Trade? No, I'm kidding.
Traded
Draft cornerback JC Horn, South Carolina. All right, we're gonna bring you guys in to talk about this.
I'm just kidding. You know you're gonna hear some boos.
All right, Rayshon Slater went 13. I'm gonna let this round close out. Patrick Surtain went 14. Mac Jones went 15. Yeah, we probably he made it there anyways. Jalen Phillips went 16. Traven Morg went 17. I like that pick a lot.
That's a good pick.
Kwity Paye went 18. Kwity Paye's a good football player too. Christian Darrisaw to the skin, or they're not the Skins anymore. I don't know what they are. Greg Newsome, 20. Ooh, JOK to the Colts. Christian Barmore to the Titans. That's a good fit. Zaven Collins. Ooh, that one stings. Elijah Vera Tucker to the Steelers. Ojulari to the Jags. Cosmi to Cleveland. Rondell Moore went 27th overall. Thank you, Baltimore.
Wow, there you go.
Bateman just went to New Orleans. Terrence Marshall just went to Green Bay. Kadarius Toney just went to Buffalo. Yo, what the? Jason Owe just went to the Chiefs. I don't like how that round ended.
Yeah, me either.
That round ended at all.
Hey, Gate.
All right, Bolton went linebacker. Tevin Jenkins went to the Jets. Jackson Carman went to Atlanta. Najee Harris went to Miami right in front of us. All right, we're on the clock again. All right, we're going to do some call-in, guys. I just want to summarize what just happened at the end of it. Kadarius Toney went to Buffalo. Terrace Marshall Jr. went to Green Bay. Rashad Bateman went to New Orleans. And Baltimore traded. They didn't trade, but Baltimore took Rondell Moore, which great pickup. I like Rondell Moore a lot, but I didn't have him there. That's okay.
That's
freshman year. He was explosive, man. He was the man. But let me bring you guys into the chat, guys. Let's see what you guys think about the Horn selection. All right, I know I made the pick. Time to pay the piper. All right, here it is, guys. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Come on in.
Yo, let me just say this to you real quick. How that kind of tears my whole get the wide receiver. I get the cornerback first. I mean,
yeah, get the wide receiver in the second round.
Yeah. But let me ask you this though. How come you didn't pause it and try to trade up when it got to the late 20s?
Because in my mind, I kept thinking they're not going to take everybody off the board. I think they would literally take everyone off the board. I still got a couple guys up my sleeve here, guys. Don't panic. Don't panic about the wide receiver room. I got some guys up my sleeve here to get us value.
Yeah, man, that's crazy though.
All right, guys, you can come in. I posted it in there if you guys want to come in and talk about that first round selection. We can talk for a couple of seconds, guys, and we'll go into round two. Mike, just kind of keep an eye on. I'm gonna read the best available for everybody. So
Got you. Well, I can't see the bottom. Only you can see
we
who
have
comes
2
in.
trade proposals already, Mike. 2 trade proposals already. So I'm gonna tell you who's still available, and this is my pick. Is everybody ready for this?
Yes.
Elijah Moore did not get taken.
That's who
That
you
would be
probably
my
gotta
pick.
go.
That would be my pick personally. Asante Samuel Jr., if you wanted to double dip at corner, still there. Still like Elijah Moore, though, to be quite honest, guys. Elijah Molden, pretty good corner. More probably is going to bounce inside, maybe at the professional level, but he can play outside. Jamin Davis definitely climbed up draft boards recently. He's still available. Carlos Basham Jr. is a really good defensive end out of Wake Forest. He's still available. Ronnie Perkins, Landon Dickerson got some off his line help. I wouldn't take Yami Brown this high. I think it's way too high. Jabril Cox is still available. Good football player. That's a safety. Richie Grant still available at safety. You got Eichenberg. I know what my pick would be, guys. I know what my pick would be. Cisco's still available at safety. I would go Elijah Moore here, but tell me your thoughts, Mike. Would you go Elijah Moore here?
It's tough. I mean, I think Elijah Moore is slept on. I think people don't give him credit. I'm waiting for your breakdown to come on there about Elijah Moore. I was kind of thinking about doing a video talking about the second round receivers. At this point, I thought Terrence Marshall Jr. would fall to the second round, early second round, maybe a little bit before us, but now he's going late first. So I'm kind of taking him out that second round thing. And Elijah Moore does look like a solid second round pick. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to double dipping at corner, but I think that's more of a fantasy draft type thing. I don't think that because of our holes, but again, we can listen, it's a passing league and it's changing. You can always use corners. But I think wide receiver, linebacker could be interesting. We did just sign Eric Wilson. We do got guys. Shout out to my guy Sean Bradley. Hopefully he gets some minutes. It's tough. It's tough. I think I would go wide receiver. Elijah Moore might be the guy at 37. What were the trade back scenarios?
What would you trade? Would you trade back? Okay, let me take a look.
You said we got 2 of them, right?
Even I'm hesitant on trading back because I like Elijah Moore a lot, bro, and I like Asante Samuel Jr. a lot.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so Tennessee. Well, it says 2. Select a team to trade with. All right, looks like Kansas City and Atlanta. Boy, their format is weird, bro.
Yeah, it's ugly. That's why I didn't. This is the one I used, and everybody was yelling at me to trade back, and I'm like, sorry guys, this is weird. I can't do it.
I think we get to pick what we want, but Tennessee has the 53rd pick, so we'd probably trade him at the 53, but they also have 85. I don't think they'd give you that much value. You probably have to go to like a 5th or 6th rounder there. You can look at their 22 picks.
I like really Richie Grant.
I do too. I just don't like him. I don't like him
there. Yeah.
I only see what happened to the other. Who's the other team? Oh, Atlanta.
Wait, real quick. While Gate is bringing that stuff up, listen, chat, do your magic. Let us know so we can kind of get a general consensus of where you guys at. If this is how the board drops, do the Eagles take Elijah Moore, wide receiver, or do they double dip at corner to really shore up that secondary and go Asante Samuels Jr.? If it was up to you guys in the chat, and this is how the board falls, we're not saying it's going to, but let us know. Say Samuels or say Moore. Let us know. Do your thing.
Guys, their format for trades is really confusing. I think you have to kind of pick the value. It's not like clear cut.
This is the anti-Gate City mock draft.
Nobody wants to trade?
Really? Hey, Gate, that's what I was telling you. I don't think they ever offer you anything on this one. This is the one that our guy Be More Careful kept telling me to trade back. And I'm like, I don't know how.
I know how to trade back. You just got to pick the picks, but
yeah, but it's weird though when you pick the picks.
More. Jalen says trade back and get Grant in the mid-second, around 50 or so, or Cisco. There's a lot of safeties that we could get. Asante. I think Asante is going to play on the outside though, Blaze. To be honest with you, I don't think he's an inside corner. Even though he's got the height of an inside corner, he's really an outside in his technique. I got to be honest with you, man. I'm really tempted to take Elijah Moore here, but I'll be honest with you. I would be tempted to trade back here just because I think I can still get value at wide receiver. later in this draft. I do. I just feel like this is a really good wide receiver draft, and you don't have to reach for a guy. I'm not saying that 37 is a reach for Elijah Moore. I like him a lot. I got Eagles from New Jersey. Hang on, let me bring him into the stream. What's up, Eagles from New Jersey? You there, man?
What's up?
What's good, buddy?
So, are we still picking the second round pick, or are y'all past
Yeah.
that?
We're still in the second round pick. Yeah, we were just talking about should we trade back or who should we take? Asante Samuel Jr. You got Elijah Moore still on the clock.
Eagles from New Jersey, real quick. Give us your quick rundown on what we did in the first round, taking Horn over Surtain. How do you feel about that? And then give us your idea for the second round with Asante Samuel Jr. on the board, Elijah Moore on the board, Richie Grant. I don't know who's the linebacker, best available linebacker, but give us your take.
On the first round, I like the Horn pick. I think its floor is higher than Surtain. Surtain is a guaranteed starter at least, but Horn has top 5 potential.
I love. Hey, great minds think alike. That's exactly my consensus.
And in the second round, if we take Moore, I just don't know how he would fit, because if you put Rager in the slot, where's Moore going to go? He's only 5'9", so you want to put.
I think you would move Moore to the slot as your vertical slot, and I think you would use Rager as your movement Z in that situation. You would interchange them from time to time, and that would be the whole appeal to them, is that those two guys in motion. You can't put them both in motion, but you got to mean those two guys moving around the formation, being put in motion, drawing the linebackers and the secondary's eyes. It opens up the rest of the field for everybody else. I think that's the appeal there with those guys.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of, do you feel confident Elijah Moore is going to translate to the NFL?
I think his route running is so good, and his feet, even though he doesn't have the physical frame, he can still make impact at the NFL level.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
I would
Danny
take him.
Danny Lukenheimer saying, who's the best offensive lineman on the board?
Dylan Randus, I think he's from North Dakota State, according to PFF.
Let me take a look. All right, so, and we almost in here like a real draft room. Right.
Yeah, right.
Walker Little is the highest rated. He's the highest graded. I wouldn't have him as my best, but he is the highest graded offensive lineman right now. He's a tackle out of Stanford. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably going to be a guy that bounces inside. Dylan Redunz, the kid from North Dakota State, would be next. Alex Leatherwood is still on the board, which is another pretty good one. I think Leatherwood's more of a right tackle, though, which might fit our actual needs. But
Jalen Williams says
Landon Dickerson's still there too at center.
So what about the Bama center?
I think he's further down the draft board in terms of the value.
Jalen's calling him the best one there. But let me ask you this, though. When you look at the overall, all the positions, who do they say the best player available is?
Elijah Moore by a lot.
So Elijah
Moore. Yeah, it's Elijah Moore. So here are the guys that still have first round grades on them. Elijah Moore, Walker Little, Asante Samuel Jr., and Dylan Redunz. Those are the 4 players with first round grades still. All 4 of those guys are pretty good football players too. I'm not going to lie. They are. They're very good football players. My only question is that although I think offensive line is a long-term need, might we want to go for a player with more immediate impact in the second round? I mean, that's so argumentative, though, because here's the thing, though, is if for some weird reason Lane Johnson gets traded at the end of camp or he can't go, then, of course, the second round pick could immediately become a guy that does become a contributor early. But then you also, you still got Jack Driscoll, too. And it looks like the Eagles, if they can keep him healthy and he can learn to anchor a little better, it looks like they're high on him to me. I think they like Jack Driscoll a lot. What would your guys thought be here? So we got you on the phone. Well, on the phone. We got you here on the live stream, Eagles from New Jersey. So given the guys that are there, who would be your pick?
My pick would have Elijah Moore. We need him to
Elijah Moore
any way we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, guys. So
there's
one last chance. Gates got to do this one last chance. We appreciate you, Eagles from New Jersey, man. We're going to keep doing this, guys. We'll keep bringing you all in. It's in the stream. If you guys want to come in, you just got to come into the stream, guys. It's in there. One last chance. One last hope for Gate City. Does anybody give me a count? Give me a 1 if you want to trade back. Give me a 2 if you're like, no, bro, take Elijah Moore or Asante Samuel Jr. What are you doing? 1 for trade back, 2 for make a pick.
Facts. We got a super chat from Ari Starwin. Shout out to my guy, Ari Starwin in the building. He's a Giants fan. He's a Giants fan, but he always keeps it a buck. He definitely comes at the Eagles nation with a clear mind. He said between Cowboys receivers and the G-men's new receiving beef, use all better give Slay some major help or it's going to be a long year. Yeah, if your guys can stay healthy, if the Cowboys guys can stay healthy, for sure. They got some ballers at the wide receiver position, and we do need to upgrade. That's why me and Gate City are not opposed to double dipping at corner. I just don't think the Eagles will do that, and I think that you can find. I think if you look at Elijah Moore compared to the rest of the here, I want to ask you a question, Gate. Elijah Moore compared to the rest of the receivers, or Asante Samuels compared to the rest of the corners, is there a bigger jump where you're like Elijah Moore is that much more better than the other wide receivers compared to Asante Samuels, better than guys like Tyson Campbell, your guy from Syracuse, Eric Stokes, Elijah Molden. So if you look at it that way,
you're talking about different values of where they play the game. In terms of the slots, the next guy would probably be Jalen Darden. But you got like Tutu Atwell, who's a pretty good slot. I mean, you got other guys on the board that are pretty good slots. Let me look at my notes here. I got some notes pulled up, guys. I'll tell you exactly what I think about these vertical slots and where I got some of these guys kind of rated. Sorry, guys. Let me get this thing to jump.
Dang, everybody's saying 2. So
I know, man. Jalen, there was somebody else with me and Jalen that was like, yo. So Tutu Atwell's definitely he's a slot guy. You look at a guy like Jalen Darden. Dwayne Eskridge is it's a guy a lot of people should know. I'm going to do a video on him, guys. He's another slot type. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's got some serious speed. He's definitely a yak guy too, man. He gets some serious yards after the catch. Let's see. I can't believe they jumped and took some of these players so high, man. Amari Rodgers, but I think Amari Rodgers might even be better at running back than receiver, guys, to be honest with you. I'm not even sold on Amari Rodgers as a receiver, but he could be special.
Think he's good in the slot?
Nah, man, I think he's too slow, to be honest with you. I don't think he's sudden enough.
You don't think you don't?
But I think if you used him the way that San Francisco and Carolina used some of their receivers, where they kind of move them out of the backfield, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to do that kind of stuff with him. I think he's got to be in the right scheme to fit. But he's not fast, Mike, at all. He's not fast in terms of the long speed, nor in suddenness and like agility. He's not that guy. But he's good with the ball in his hands, and he can take contact. I mean, no doubt about it. I think his father played in the NFL too.
And please, God, can we put a bow on this offense? Can we get some motion? Can we do something? Can we not just come out, line up, and hike the ball?
Yeah, so there's still some really good players on the board here, man. Amon-Ra St. Brown will probably be available later in this draft.
What do you think about Nico Collins?
Nico Collins is good, nowhere near this high though, guys.
No. I'm talking about as a sleeper later.
He's good. He's okay. I mean, like, I'm not, I don't hate that pick per se or anything like that, man. But, I mean, Nico Collins is still a bit of a, like he's a guy that you got to worry about separating at the NFL level, but he makes some contested catches, man. And he played really good at the Senior Bowl. I'll say that he was really, really good at the Senior Bowl, to be quite honest.
That's where he stood in my head from, the Senior Bowl. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and make a pick here, Mike. Do you want to double dip at corner? Do you want to take a receiver, or do you want to go like an edge rusher? I would probably take Elijah Moore, if I'm being honest. If you're making me pick, I would take Elijah Moore, but I would not hate the Eagles for taking Asante Samuel Jr. I know some people say, like, well, do we need to take? Well, we need a third corner outside too. So I mean, a third corner is still going to get a lot of significant snaps, guys. A lot of teams run dime and nickel now. Asante Samuel Jr. will probably still see the field.
Dime and nickel are becoming. Listen, dime and nickel used to be sub package, right? Sub package. Now you know what's going to be the new sub package. The 4-3. Real quick, Gate, are you? What was the general consensus from the chat when you did the 1-2?
It was very close. Oh, they said 2. 2 was definitely the consensus. It was to pick. They did
And
not
two
want
with
to
who?
let Gate have his fun. Well, Elijah Moore won it by a hair. It was Elijah Moore and Asante Samuel Jr. almost there. But second, so 37th pick in the 2021 NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select wide receiver, Ole Miss, Elijah Moore.
Ole Miss.
We still got to rebuild this, guys. It's not done, but let me read some of these picks, guys, and I'll let you guys react to that. Carlos Basham Jr. went right after us. That was the other guy I had kind of high on my board. Asante Samuel Jr. followed that with Carolina. That's a good pick for them, actually. I like that pick a lot. Sorry, guys, it's jumping a little bit here. All right, Liam Eichenberg went next to Denver. Joseph Asai went next to Detroit. Sorry, it is really jumping. I'm trying to let it settle a little bit. Let me let it settle, guys, and I'll read it because every time I try to read it, it's jumping down.
It's rough. I don't even know how you
What did
can
everyone
see it,
think,
man.
man? What did everybody think about Elijah Moore? Where are you guys at on Elijah Moore? Because right now what we got is we have J.C. Horn and Elijah Moore. That's been our two picks. I can tell you I'm a guy that really believes in trading down. I like Elijah Moore a lot, and I would not hate the Eagles for picking Elijah Moore or Asante Samuel Jr. there. But I got to be honest with you, man. I really like. I would have been in favor of trying to get another third-round pick or something. If someone would have been dumb enough to trade me a second, trade up to from the 50s to get to the 30s and gave me their third on top of it, I probably would have considered it, man.
Yeah.
Just because there's a lot of holes on this team. There's a lot of players that could help this team, to be honest.
True.
I don't think the talent level is that great that where you can't find legit upgrades in a third round over what's on this roster. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah. You're right. And like I said, I think the 70th overall pick is going to give us some value. Listen, if the Eagles come out of this draft with, again, we got 5 picks in the top 150, right? So we got 5 picks in the top 150. We got 12, 37, 70, 84, and 123. 5 picks in the top 150. If we can come out with 3 legit starters, if we come out with 3 out of the 5 picks legit starters, I'm happy. You get me 4, I'm very happy, and I don't expect to get 5, but you get 3 or 4 starters, legit starters out of this top 150, and I like it. Gate, let me ask you this real quick. Who was that? Who was the last 2? I can't see because it's so little on my punk little tablet thing. Yeah. The last 2 picks before us.
All right, so here are all the picks. We're up right now on the clock on number 70, guys. So if you guys want to come in the chat, I put the link in the description, guys. Just scroll and find it. If not, I'll repost it again in a second. Give me 1 minute, guys, and let me go ahead and scroll back up. All right, so
I was only talking about the last couple.
We took Elijah Moore, and then Cincinnati took Carlos Basham Jr., edge rusher, Wake Forest. The Carolina Panthers took Asante Samuel Jr., so our board was very similar to theirs.
Yep.
Liam Eichenberg went 40 to Denver. That's a pretty good pick for Denver. They do need an offensive line help too, and he's a pretty good football player. Joseph Asai from Texas went next. He's an edge rusher from Texas. Definitely one of these kind of he's intriguing.
Yeah.
I won't even say who he reminds me of. I'm not going to say who he reminds me of because it's just going to tick off Eagle fans. But let's just say there's a certain player from Tennessee that plays defensive end for us that he's similar to. Alex Leatherwood, tackle from Alabama, went to the Giants at 42. Pat Freiermuth, tight end, Penn State. I think I just butchered his name, by the way. Went to San Francisco at 43. I guess they want to run that 2 tight end set.
They're gonna run that, and he got potential.
Oh, look at Dallas up here. Dallas at the 44th pick took tackle. North Dakota State, Dylan Reduns.
They got to reshape that offensive line.
Yeah, Jacksonville, 45th overall, took tackle Walker Little from Stanford. The Patriots, 46th pick, took edge rusher from Oklahoma, Ronnie Perkins. Travis Etienne, halfback, Clemson, 47 to the Chargers. That was a lot later than I thought he would go. I thought he would go a lot higher than that. Landon Dickerson, center from Oakland, went 48. What would Jalen say?
He said, no discussion. Take Davis now.
Jamming Davis. Give me a minute, bro. Give me a minute. Let me make my sales pitch. I'm joking. Joe Trine, defensive back, Washington, 49th. Wyatt Davis, guard, 50th. Ohio State. That's a good pick, actually. I like Wyatt Davis a lot. 51, Kellen Mond, quarterback, Texas A&M, to the Washington, they don't have a football team now. I'm just joking. To the Washington football team. They took Kellen Mond. I like that pick for them. That's a really good value, actually. And then Chicago followed them up by taking quarterback from Florida, Kyle Trask.
Wow.
Creed Humphrey, center, Oklahoma, went 53rd. Elijah Molden went 54 to Indianapolis. Aleem McNeil, my guy from NC State, good interior defensive lineman, went 55 to Pittsburgh. Really good fit for him. Trey Smith, guard from Tennessee, went 56 to Seattle. I like Trey Smith a lot, but he's got some medical stuff going on with him. I'm not too sure he'll go that high. He's better than
medical over here.
Yeah. 57th overall, edge rusher from Houston, Peyton Turner, went to the Los Angeles Rams. Jabril Cox went 58 overall to Baltimore. He went a lot later than I thought. Rashad Weaver, 59, Cleveland, edge rusher. Aaron Robinson, cornerback, UCF, 60 to the Saints. That's a really good fit, actually. Richie Grant, safety, Buffalo, 61st overall, man.
Oh, my goodness. Buffalo.
Yeah, that was close, bro. Yeah, that's close, man. I would have taken Richie Grant if he fell to us, too. Quinn, kid from Wisconsin and Whitewater. He went 62 to Green Bay, interior lineman, pretty good. Javon Holland, cornerback, Oregon, 63rd overall to Kansas City.
I like
64th overall. Levi, I can't pronounce his last name to save my life. Interior defensive lineman from Washington. Good football player, good defensive tackle. He went to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay believes in that defense now, don't they? Ooh, this one hurts. Man, we got close to getting Javonte Williams, man. 65, round 3, pick 1, 65 overall, Javonte Williams.
North Carolina.
De'Ami Brown, North Carolina, went 66 to the Jets. Andre Cisco, man, we almost lucked into a couple of really good players, guys. Andre Cisco, safety, Syracuse, 67. 68, Eric Stokes to Atlanta. They do need a corner, so that does make sense. Tylan Wallace, wide receiver, went to Cincinnati just before us. We were on the clock. We do have some pretty good talent here, guys. Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky, is available. Good football player. Ardarius Washington, safety, TCU, another guy I like. He's available. Kelvin Joseph. I know some of you guys feel he's got a lot of red flags from off the field stuff. In terms of the talent, that would be an exceptional value at 60, at 70. Dude's a lot better than that in terms of the actual talent. Kendrick Green, I know that we'd be double dipping again. Tay Gowan still available. Ifeatu Melifonwu still available. Josh Palmer still available. Milton Williams is still available. He's an interior defensive lineman. Brady Christensen at tackles available. Thomas Graham, Cade Johnson, Jalen Darden. Odi Ingbu, the edge rusher from Vanderbilt, still available. Davis Mills, I got no interest in.
Hey,
Togiai, the interior defensive lineman from Ohio State. All right, guys, what is your pick, guys? I'm going to say Jamin Davis makes a lot of sense to me. I like Jamin Davis a lot at linebacker. And then you got safety Ardarius Washington and Jamar Johnson from Indiana, both of those guys, and Kelvin Joseph at corner. I just think we need to go defense here, Mike. I mean, what are your thoughts?
I agree, defense. I think that, you wanted to get your you wanted to get some skill players, but I think the offense is way in way better shape than the defense. I think this is where you got to redo. You got to rebuild that defense. Linebacker, cornerback, safety, and you do need an edge rusher. I don't know when and where, but you do. Shout out to Vic3 with the super chat. He said 3rd round pick, Jamar Johnson. We had channel member Jalen Williams saying no discussing. Take Davis, jamming Davis, just jam him in there. To me, it's tough. I like jamming Davis, but I do think a safety. I'm trying to rebuild this secondary legitly. Anthony Harris is a great addition. Ronnie McLeod's hurt. Who knows where he's gonna go? I don't know. I think I would take Davis as well. Chat, let us know, and also chat. Do us a favor. Do us a favor wherever you're watching this. We are live on 2 different channels. Gate City Sports channel above me. He's the one controlling the chat. And Broke Internet Philly Talk Podcast. We're broke internet for the time being. We be back in the regular studio. But listen, smash the like button. The like button goes a long way. Y'all don't know how important the like button is when pushing out the algorithm. The like button is even actually more important than the super chats. Not telling y'all to stop doing the super chats, but that's how important it is. Appreciate you guys 100. You already know what to do.
Yeah. Speaking of super chats, my guy Vic 3 with the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate you, bro. He said, 3rd round pick, Jamar Johnson. Remember, we got another 3rd round pick, guys. I don't think Jamar Johnson will be available, but maybe he will. We'll see.
So, chat, let us know who you want in the 3rd. I think so far the general consensus is Jamin Davis. We are seeing some Johnson push late. Let us know, Johnson or Davis. Y'all do y'all magic in the chat. We want to kind of tally it up as best as we can. I think the 3rd round pick is perfect for a linebacker. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I personally, I would go with Jamin Davis here. I know some guys are not as high on Jamin Davis as me, but I honestly think that he's pretty good, man. Like
Vic 3 is upset. We broke his heart.
I think he's a good football player, man.
Listen, the link is in the chat. We probably have right around at least 100 people in here. Listen, don't be shy. Don't be nervous. If you don't want to put your face on the camera, do it without the camera on. Just use your mic. Come in, speak your mind. You know what I mean? Talk, y'all talk. Who do you want? You could type it in the chat, or you can click the link and give us a 35, 45-second spiel. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Guys, it's always available. Hang on, guys. I'll put the link in there again. You guys don't have to show your face. It's fine, guys. You don't have to. You can just pull your voice up. It's fine. You can take your camera down. All right, I'll put the link in there again, guys.
Let's go. Let's go. Come through. Speak your mind. We got people like 2020 Visions. We got people like Danny, Jalen Williams. You know what I mean? The guys who always be in here. Rome One More. Max, you know what I mean? And shout out to everybody else in here too. But we got the guys who always be in. Ain't no reason to be shy. Come through, talk your talk.
Yeah.
Jalen Williams just dropped a super chat. He's trying to let you know exactly what he wants you to do.
All right, I'm gonna read Jalen Williams' super chat, and I'm gonna pull in Vic 3 to the conversation. All right, Vic, I'm pulling you in, bro.
I knew he was coming after we poo-pooed his Jamar Johnson pick. We didn't poo-poo it, but I mean, we kind of just said we just try to sidestep it.
So that's a good point, Jalen. Jalen said, we do have a ton of picks in the back half of the draft, and there's a lot of talent still on this board. We could always pick Jamin Davis and still move up and offer a trade.
Yeah, but how enticing are 6th and 7th round picks?
Well, we have a 3rd round pick still, even after this one. So we can package our 3rd with, another pick. All right, Vic, what's good, buddy?
Hey, man, y'all got hot over here right now.
Huh? Wait, what?
Hey, man, hot. Listen, man, you're overvalued.
What's your hesitation to Jamin Davis?
Well, listen, with the 3rd pick, the 1st pick, it is what it is. But that 3rd pick, you're overvaluing Davis. He's going to be like a 4th round pick. You're taking him too high. I guarantee you, when you look at these grades, you're going to get like a D or C for this pick. This 3rd round.
I don't think they're going to give it that, man, because he's valued as a 2nd round pick.
I guarantee
that's what his value is.
I'll just say this right now. At this point, 3rd round pick, safety is the pick to make. You ain't got that many available, especially good ones, and this is a position of need. A safety would have been the best. You've seen what I was telling you before. This draft right here is built for us to build our defense. I don't know that we're doing it right now. Boys.
I agree.
Okay, Vic, give us your biggest dislike of Davis's game and why he shouldn't go this early.
It's not my dislike of his game or anything. I just think right now he's being valued too high. He's not a 3rd round pick. He won't be a 3rd round pick. We can still get him. We could have got him with the 2nd, 3rd round pick if you wanted him that bad.
So you think Johnson is the pick? Tell me why you think he should be the pick here.
Oh, I just think he's a great player, man. He covers good. I think someone else mentioned the safety out of UFC. That's another good player too. But for the value and where we're at right now, that's the pick. That's the pick to make. Like I said, there's other safeties on the board that, like I said, that UFC one. I can't remember his name. He was mentioned. He's good, but I don't remember who's available right now. So, like I said, with just the position that we're at right now, safety is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, man. We appreciate you, Vic. Remember, this isn't our draft. This isn't Mike's draft or my draft.
Oh, believe me, this is everybody's draft. We're all making these Howie picks. We're all making Howie picks together. This is a
Hey,
collective
once
thing.
a Howie, always a Howie, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is how we got here.
But isn't this just like a Philadelphia fan? Like, no matter who we pick, no matter what we do, we're not gonna
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, it's true.
Yo, listen, hold on. My man Vic was eating dinner with his family and jumped up with like, I need to call.
Appreciate you, Vic.
All right, man. I have a good one.
Appreciate you.
Man.
Eagle
This is
has
Lane,
landed.
bro. What's up, Eagles has landed? You good?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, we hanging in there. Eagle has landed. So listen, where did you land, and who should we pick once you land?
All right, so I want to go back a little bit, real fast. I'm still upset about us not taking Barmore. If Smith's not there, I just want Barmore. I do. We could get a corner in the second round. All right, but with what you're saying, Mike, Talanoa Hufanga is the guy that I would like in the third round. With our first third round pick.
What is your give me some things that you like about his game and how he would fit with the team and why you would draft him with the third round pick.
He's fast, and you got like there's something going on. It's like a delay or something, so it's kind of hard for me to sort of follow along. But I'm just doing the best that I can. He's a hard hitter. He really reminds me of Palomalu, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying it just because he's Polynesian. His game really does remind me of Palomalu. I just think that he will fit real good into our secondary. You know, like I said, as far as what I think that Sirianni and the defensive coordinator is going to want to do, I just think that he will fit in. Like I said, physical, fast, playmaker.
I will agree with you that safety is, I think, more of an important position. I think people think Ronnie McLeod's there. We just got Anthony Harris. We drafted Kevon Wallace in the 4th round last year. I'm not saying Kevon Wallace is not ready or ready. I just think that, you know, the way this game is played, you got 3 safety looks, you got, you know, dime and nickel matchups. I think you really can't go wrong when you're trying to build depth at the safety position and or the corner position. I think you got to get, you know, you have to try to get the right guys on the field who are physical and fast. Like you got to be able to cover the receivers and tackle the running backs at the same time, you know, and you got receivers now who look like running backs and DK Metcalf. So
right.
I would agree there. To go back to your D tackle pick, first overall, if you're looking at best player available, maybe he fits that build, but I'm always about best player available because we need top end talent no matter what. But I think D tackle is a spot where like even top end talent might not find his way on the field or be in a rotation. So it's like, that's when I would draw the line to best player available to, can we get and listen, Fletcher Cox is getting older. I know that.
Right.
Barashar or whatever his name is, the Alabama D tackle could be the future, but I just think that's kind of prolonging this rebuild a little bit. But hey, you know, D tackle is the one position I think we're okay at, if I can say that. And there's not many positions that we're okay at. I just think that's the one that I can feel I can sleep at night with. You know what I mean?
I think they should. I still think they should get. I don't know if you have to go first round, but I like Barmore a lot. I think Barmore isn't. I think he is an impact player, but I will say this, Mike. If Fletcher Cox goes down with an injury,
yeah, we saw.
Look, no, but I mean, I'm just saying the guy. I think Ridgway's a good football player. The 2 years he's been in Philly, he's barely played because of injury. Although when he's in the game, he flashes. So then it does make me wonder, like, we let a lot of guys like Anthony Rush, when we made those choices last year, go. And I was high on Anthony Rush because I saw that kid playing carry. Like, I actually scouted that kid back in high school. Like, I knew he was a good football player. Very athletic. He was a tight end at like 300 pounds. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like,
Look, Barmore's a stud. and he's from Philly too. So
Yeah.
That's always brownie points.
Yeah, he's pulling for the local guy. I get it. Look, I wouldn't hate Barmore. I wouldn't hate the Barmore pick. I really wouldn't. But I just think that the need at corner is really big. And I think that the style of defense we're playing is going to shift in focus. So, I mean, like, I do still think we need, like, in this draft class, I still think we need a defensive lineman. I think we need, you know, if you look at the contracts even at defensive end, Brandon Graham is 33. Okay. Derek Barnett is on a 5th-year option. And Josh Sweat's on the last year of his contract, and he's got a degenerative knee issue. That's a tough renegotiation, a tough extension. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that we're really as solid as some people think for the long term at defensive end. So I mean, like, we already discussed defensive line. Like, I think all that's true, man. All right, man. Eagles is landed. I appreciate you tuning in and chatting with us, guys. We're gonna keep doing this after each pick.
Take care.
So don't go way too far. Eagles is landing. You're gonna hate the next one too. Don't worry, bro. Oh, yo, where'd you go, man? Max, you could have stayed, bro. My bad. Max, I was about to get to you, man. My bad.
He's felt like you kicked him out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, Max, my bad, bro. Let me put the thing back in the description. My bad, man. No, we was.
Let me let you guys go.
Yeah, nah, man. My bad.
Hey, but listen, Gate. I understand your talk about injury and stuff, and that is a big concern because of the Eagles. And here's my thing, you know, we changed medical staffs, we changed strength and conditioning guys. But listen, I was on a podcast with Gail Sayers out of 4th and John, the guy who's close to E-Rock, the guy who created 4th and John, and he says he has some Eagle connects, and he just said like practice was wild under this last coaching staff and Doug Peterson. It was just crazy practices. How much do we blame the injuries on? You know, maybe the way we run OTAs, or not OTAs because we didn't have them last year, but the way we run practice and the way we treat these guys, maybe that is part of the. Listen, I don't understand how you can be injured the way we were, not 1 year, not 2 years, but almost 3 years straight. So when is that gonna, like you said in your video before, eventually we got to get back to some type of normalcy. And maybe it's with the new coaching staff, it allows us to be more healthy, but we can't plan our picks off the injury history we have. I mean, eventually we gotta sprout up, right? I guess something like that. Hey, Max, what's up with you? Sorry, Gates kicked you out.
Man, I ain't kicked you out, bro. Nah, you trying to call, man. What's good, Max?
I just want to hop on and say, like, the whole Christian Barmore thing. Like, I know he's a Philly guy. I just look at our defensive tackles right now. We got so much money invested in that. I believe that's our number one spot on defense. Where are we going to take our 12th pick with someone that's not even going to get to see the field? We need immediate impact players that are going to start. And like Corner Surtain, I believe personally Horn is my guy. If Gate remembers, I've been talking to him. I've been commenting on a couple of his videos like a month or so back. But I think Horn fits Philly and what we're about the best. But at the back of my head, I'm like, dude, Surtain fits Gannon's system and the type of corners that Gannon's been around his whole career. So I can see Surtain being the guy that we might want to move up in front of Dallas to take, because obviously they took Trayvon Diggs last year and they do need help. But I just want to lay that out because like I'm against the Barmore pick. But and then another thing I wanted to add in was if we're presenting that scenario with the second round pick, there's no shot like how he's taking Elijah Moore. He's gonna take like that Stanford guy, Walker Little, like, you know, he's like Stanford guys. but
hey, one guy came out good out of Stanford, Zach Ertz.
To be fair, guys, I don't think that many receivers are coming off the board in that consecutive.
That was
way.
wild.
I got like 4 to 5 guys coming off in the first round, not like 8. Like, yo, that was like I was almost like looking through my Rolodex, like, yo, who did they leave me with?
Yo, Gate, I was almost going to tell you, just restart this. This is fake. Restart it.
Yeah, no, I almost felt like that too, man. And I set the parameters to be more honest about it. I was like, yo, what? Because you remember last year, man, like that would have been way too easy, man. Way too easy. All right, Max, I appreciate you, man. We appreciate you coming in and Keep coming back, bro. We're gonna keep doing them after every pick.
All right, for sure. Take care, guys.
Hey, real quick, shout out to the chat for hanging in here with us. You know, we're doing this long, slow mock draft because we want to get you guys in. Oh, we got another person in, but don't forget to smash the like button. It's easy, it's free, don't cost a thing.
Philly Nemesis, what's good, bro?
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
How you feeling tonight?
Man, I'm feeling great. I'm at work. I had to get in on this call because I didn't like the first pick.
Okay, let's hear it.
Wait,
didn't
I wasn't here for the picks before that, but was Devontae Smith still on the board? Was Jalen Waddle still on the board?
No, they're gone.
They were gone?
It was
They
out
were gone
of
top 10.
the first pick would have been out of the D tackle out of Alabama. What's his last name again?
Barmore.
Okay.
J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, and was there Rashawn Slater still on the board?
Yeah, Rashawn Slater and like Kwsp Pay. Some of the edge rushers were still there. And that was pretty much what we were left with.
Yeah, so nope.
But
Yeah,
honestly, I think Surtain was the best fit for that defense Gannon trying to run. So why not him at 12?
We talked about it. Just to give you my take on it real quick. I'm big when it comes to J.C. Horn versus Patrick Surtain. I'm probably going to do a video about it, but I'm kind of giving you all my good stuff. I honestly think that Patrick Surtain is probably the better fit year one. I think he also fits Gannon's system. I think Surtain with his, what he's able to do at the cornerback position, being under his dad, learning, technically sound, attributes, all that stuff, I think he can come in and contribute quicker. I think Surtain is the more safer pick. However, I think J.C. Horn has a little bit of a question mark to him, as Gate City said, a little too handsy, a little bit like you gotta shape him up a little bit. But I think the ceiling is higher for J.C. Horn. So when I say ceiling higher, I don't mean that Surtain's ceiling is low. I think Surtain comes in and gets it done earlier than J.C. Horn. I think ceiling wise, though, J.C. Horn's a little higher. So I love both these guys, and it makes me kind of.
And we did say, Philly Nemesis, we did say that in honesty, we felt like if that was really the scenario, more than likely the Eagles would probably, Howie's probably going to take Patrick Surtain in that situation. But our thought process was, and mind you, this isn't our draft board; it's the community's. So we kind of go off of what you guys say here. But I think the thought process was that J.C. Horn has a higher ceiling. He's a more athletically gifted guy than Patrick Surtain is, and if Gannon can develop what we've seen him develop in Minnesota and what he's done in Indianapolis, and this coaching staff, this is the two positions. It felt like to me that we wanted to get coaches in here that we felt 100% positive could develop players was at corner and wide receiver.
Yeah.
So if we can't develop those two positions, I think you have to take the higher ceiling guys and develop them. Now, like I said, though, if it was Patrick Surtain, I think Patrick Surtain is a certain type of talent level that I do think the Eagles would take because he's such a good match and mirror corner. He plays the exact system that is what I think is going to be run in Philly. Let me just say that. Let me premise that by saying that's what I think will be run in Philly. But you know what I'm saying? Like that was kind of the justification.
Okay, one more thing. Actually, two more things. Scary Terry is a sleeper for the 5th round. If you know what I'm talking about. The kid from Florida State, number 15, the receiver.
Yes.
Yeah, Tamarion Terry. Yeah.
Yeah, I like him a lot. And
Big
I just think you guys reached at the second round pick with Elijah Moore. I think he's good, but do we really need a slot receiver that much when we got Jalen Reagor moving to the slot?
I don't think Jalen Reagor's necessarily moving to the slot. So my theory is if you draft a guy like Elijah Moore, you're going to make Elijah Moore your slot. He's going to be your vertical slot, and then Jalen Reagor would be your movement Z in that situation. Now they would both take snaps here and there. Elijah Moore is capable of taking snaps as a flanker, just like Reagor is capable of taking snaps as a vertical slot. But I did a video today about Quez Watkins, and if you go in that video, I do talk about Reagor a little bit.
Right.
Reagor was really good in the intermediate middle. He's got hands and strength that's not normal from a guy his size. He's actually far more effective on the outside than inside. The problem with Rager last season is I think that he played in such a bad system at TCU with the quarterback situation that he didn't realize there are certain quarterbacks you can't assume a play's over. They've got the arm strength to get the ball to you. And I think he slowed down on plays when he should have kept going, thinking he was out of range for the pass. I think that's an issue of timing. I think that's things that get worked out in like OTAs in a true camp. You wouldn't see those type of things occurring. But because of the way the craziness of last season was, I think it's what happened. I think it's honestly what happened. And I think he's a guy that you're going to see him play a little vertical slot from time to time, but he's primarily a flanker. And they move him all around the position, man. They played him at split end X. They played him as a flanker, and they played him in the slot. I mean, they moved him everywhere. I mean, I think they want to add people. So I think the big argument is this. Do they go get a boundary side split end X aligned receiver? Or do they go get a vertical slot and put their faith in Fulgham and JJ to develop? Are they saying this coaching staff is going to develop those players as the split end? And they're going to go get a vertical slot to help open up the offense. That's really like, you can look at it from two directions in that situation. That's how I kind of view the receiver.
Hey, with all this draft pick, I just think we got a chance to get another big Z like Tamari and Terry. Like I said, they can't sleep on Tamari and Terry.
What round would you look at him at?
I say 4th or 5th. The upside is there for him. The upside is there.
Yeah, I like the 4th or 5th round. Like I said, he plays at one speed. Doesn't really have a lot of good change of pace, speed, or nothing like that. But he's gonna go up. He's gonna catch the ball over the shoulder. He's gonna go up and be physical. He's gonna be a great goal line, red zone target. I think he can give you that X receiver vibes. Again, I think he needs to get. I would like him to be a little bit faster, a little bit more shifty, just coming in and out of his breaks. But it's still good value at that position at 4th or 5th.
Okay. Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Yeah. So Vic 3.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily. I don't think that they know yet where they're going to put people. They might state that they're putting people in certain alignments right now, but I think it's entirely too early for them to adequately know where they're going to play certain players in alignments. Until you can get to camp, you know what I mean? Like, I just take all that stuff with a grain of salt right now until I can see how they're going to align these players. All right, guys. So here's the question. We got to make this pick now, guys. We've been stalling on it. All right.
That long.
Jamin Davis. Let us know. Do you want Jamin Davis, Jamar Johnson, or Darius Washington, Kelvin Joseph? Who do you want?
Yeah, chat. It's up to you guys.
Still on the board. Tay Gowan still on the board. Ifeatu Melifonwu, Josh Palmer, Milton Williams, Brady Christensen. Hold on. Put them in the description. Who do you want? Who do you want, guys?
Where do you mock Tay Gowan from UFC? Like your brain. Forget
third.
What the PFF is saying.
Somewhere in the third. I think he's more of a mid-third to early fourth kind of player. We got to, Jalen. We got to talk about it, man. It's everybody's draft. We got some Melifonwu. We got some Johnson. Jamin. Oh no, he said it's like Davey. What? Jamar Johnson. It looks like Jamar Johnson's winning right now, guys. Jamar Johnson. All right, we'll give it about 60 more seconds, guys, and it looks like Jamar Johnson will be the pick unless there's a big rush that comes in.
Oh man, it's getting to crunch time. You guys got to use your Twitter fingers. Y'all use it for Twitter, use it for YouTube. Let's go.
Got to get it in quick, guys. Got to get it in quick.
Type in the chat who you got. Jamar Johnson.
All right, Jamin Davis. We got another pick coming in from Max for Jamin Davis. Jamin Davis, my bad. Davis, it's getting close. It's almost 50-50 now. Don't put this on us, guys. You're going to. Okay, Davis. All right, we get some Davis rolling in.
Hey, channel members are talking about their vote counts twice.
All right, I'm going to count it down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, 1 Davis, 2 Davis, 3 Davis. 4 for Max. Jalen was 5.
Hold up,
Okay,
wait a minute.
Five
Hold up,
Jamin
wait.
Davises. Five Jamin Davises. Oh no, I'm sorry. Denzel Wiggins makes six. Six for
Gate,
for Jamin Davis.
Hey,
Yeah.
Gate, hold up. We're gonna do something extra real quick. So shout out to the chat for being
Johnson.
quick with responding who you want, Davis or Johnson. But
Johnson.
Philly Fresh is in the chat.
Johnson. Is he really?
Yeah, Philly Fresh just came in. He said, "Yerp, yerp, yo, that what I missed." So let me ask Philly Fresh. Philly Fresh's vote is
No,
gonna.
the vote is 6. The vote is 6-5 right now for Davis.
Wow. Listen, Fresh's vote is gonna count heavy. So Philly Fresh, Jamin Davis, linebacker, or Jamar Johnson, safety. Who do you got? 3rd round pick, 70th overall. Philly Fresh's vote is going to count heavy because he's
right.
a third of the
Hey,
Battle
Fresh,
Boy podcast
just so
over
you
here.
know, man, J.C. Horn was the 1st round pick. 2nd round pick was Elijah Moore. We're on the 1st of the 3rd round picks, man.
Yeah, we've been mad.
We have a 6-5 vote, bro. This community is really split on this one. We have 6 votes right now for Davis. We have 5 votes right now for Johnson, for Jamar Johnson, the safety. It's split, bro. This is a split crowd right now.
So go ahead, Fresh. Let us know your take. Jamin Davis, linebacker, or safety, Jamar Johnson. We need you, bruh. Fresh, like, I'm out. I dipped out after I saw everybody. Here we go. Philly Fresh.
Oh, Jamin Davis.
Jamin Davis.
Vic,
gotta go
grab
with Fresh.
something, bro. Tell your wife, your kids, I'm sorry, man. Don't be throwing nothing around the house. My guy. We'll try to, hey, man, we're going to try to move up and get somebody for you, bro, because I like your arguments. I think you had good points, Vic.
I think Vic 3 is going to unsubscribe from all of us, including Philly Fresh, for not taking Jamar Johnson.
All right. So, with the 70th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select linebacker from Kentucky, Jamin Davis. All right. I paused the draft at this point. Do we want to trade up? There are a lot of players on this board. We need players. We could sit still at 84, or where are we at? 84? Yeah, 84. Still at 84 and just see what falls to us. Or we can be aggressive. We've got the picks to get aggressive here, guys. If there's a guy that we want, I think this is the time to try to get back up forward and try to get that player.
Everybody's saying, what a Howie move.
Well, not everybody, but y'all making the picks, not me.
Yeah, listen, we're going off the chat, and listen, Philly Fresh came in and decided it.
All right, so I think everybody wants us to move up at this point. Mike, what area do you want to target? Do you want to try to? So we picked at 70. All right, we're at 84. We got 71, 72, 73. Where do you want to go? You got Denver's behind us, then Detroit, then Carolina, then the Washington football team, the Dallas Cowboys, the Giants.
Why are you talking about behind us? You said we want to move up.
74, 75, and 76 consecutively division opponents. Do we try to get to 73rd with Carolina?
What are you going to offer?
Should we wait it out and see who's on the board after Denver, Detroit picks, and then see what's still on the board and try to get to Carolina? Then we can make that. We can try to make the decision on what we offer.
A lot of people are trying to say go up and get Jamar Johnson, so it keeps the chat happy. We need safety. You can use secondary.
Right, so y'all want me to try to get 71. Y'all want me to get to 70, the 71st pick, right? All right, so I'm going to select 71. So what are we going to give up? 84.
Wait, Gate. Do you think 70? Do you think Denver, Lions, Panthers are going to take a safety? Do you think they're kind of in that frame for it? Is Jamar Johnson? Is he the best player available left?
He's up there. He's one of the top 3.
Well, then, yeah, you might have to move up quickly.
Jamar Davis, I think, Brian, is who they want to go for. You got Ardarius Washington, too, guys. I mean, I still think that you could get a guy I'm not completely sold on this because I'm more of a trade back guy personally, but I do understand the strategy behind this, which is this is the time. Look, Vice laughing. This is the time to be aggressive and go get players that are impactful. I get it. Vic 3 said too late.
No. Philly Fresh said I take my pick back.
Oh, it's too late, bro. Don't do that to me. 77 or 78. So let me, Jalen. 77 though is New England. So we will be behind Washington, Dallas, and New York. If we do that, we'd be picking behind them still. All right, guys, where do you want to go? What do you guys want me to trade up to Denver at 71? You want me to go 72? What value you want me to go, guys? You want to let a few picks roll in to see who gets picked first, or do you want who you want now? And you want me to try to get it now from Denver?
Yeah, listen, but you got to keep in mind who are you trying to get? You got to think who you're trying to get. The only name we spit out is Jamar Johnson. Go ahead and say some best player availables on the board, so people can get a mindset of who's on the board and how high do you think you got to go to get him. Because if you think you can wait to 77 or 78, like Jalen Williams says, it's better value. But if you think Jamar Johnson's going off in the next 6 picks, then you can't do that.
So, you got Johnson still on the board, guys. You got Ardarius Washington still on the board. I think Melifonwu still on the board. You got some corners still on the board, basically, guys. I think Tay Gowan's still on the board, technically.
What about
you got guys like that that are still on the board? I don't know who's still there because I can't see the best available when I'm inside the trade thing, so I can't really see it. I don't know. I don't know who.
You have to go back out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because don't you think we want to attack some type of offense? Well, not maybe not this early. I'm looking at offensive line later because we do got the GOAT in Jeff Stoutland who takes them 4th and 5th round picks and turns them to gold.
Yeah, always gone, fresh, always gone. All right, so what do you want to do, Mike? Do you want to go right now to Denver and try to get it from Denver, or do you want to try to just jump in front, like one spot ahead of like Washington?
I'm kind of scared to give my take because I don't want to be called Howie Jr. It's like.
All right.
Nah,
I'll do it. You want me to make
I'm just kidding. So what do we have to give up to get to 71?
I don't know. It's where you got to, I would say we have to give up the 84th. Clearly, we can give up 22 or 23 draft capital, or we can try to give up 84 and say like pick 150 or 189.
Try 84 and 150. See what they say. They probably say heck no.
They'll probably give you that.
Try it.
All right. So for 84 and 150, we'll get the 71st overall pick. I'm going to offer the trade.
They said no.
Did they really? And now look, now the mock draft simulator is having problems. You son of a.
No, it said was a flag on the field.
Yeah.
What does that mean? But read it.
I don't know. It says it's experiencing technical difficulties. It says. It just really just try to like.
They say you try to finesse too quick.
Bro, is Howie on here trying to control me?
Yo, Howie Roseman hacking the hacker. That's crazy.
All right, man. We're gonna have to restart this draft again, bro. That would be crazy.
Now, if we restart it, we got to just go. We got to go
to the 3rd round.
We got to go
right
fast
to the 3rd round
because
we'll just go right to the 3rd round because we already picked our first 2 rounds.
We legitly been spending. Oh man,
no, it did it to us too, bro. This is not cool. Hang on, shouldn't it be underneath the?
Well, you know what that means. That means 2 things. 1, Howie Roseman is watching, and 2, we suck at drafting.
Bruh, they are straight messing with us. All right, I'm gonna take the randomness down. I don't want this because it's already been random.
First of all, no more trading. You see what happens when you trade? You get disqualified.
Yeah, Howie's back there going out. He is not gonna trade for me.
Oh man. Well, we can.
Right, I'm just gonna let it go.
Hold on,
guys. I'm not even gonna pay attention to the first 2 rounds just because like I don't think it's gonna matter because we already picked those picks. So, we'll just move on from those picks. We'll just kind of pick whatever.
Listen, let's just take 10 seconds at our picks to see the difference in it. You know what I mean? 10 seconds.
Okay. See like who's up there. Zach Wilson went number 1.
That's
then
wild.
Trevor Lawrence. That's a change. Justin Fields, Jamar Chase went 4. Jalen Waddle went 5. Penny Sewell went 6. Devontae Smith went 7. Trey Lance went 8. Kyle Pitts went 9. Dallas went Mekhi Parsons this time. Okay, Patrick Surtain went 11. So Patrick Surtain's not even available this time around.
Jay-Z Horn.
Should we make Vic happy and just say in this world, in this reality, they took Barmore?
Well, no, Victory wasn't that big on Barmore.
That was his landing. That was Eagles' landing. Yeah. All right. We're going to kick to the same if we can, guys, but I just want to see who else gets selected. Traven Morgan went to the same spot. Caleb Farley went 18 this time. Bateman went 19.
And you
Phillips
took
went
21.
21.
Hold on. Gate. Forget you took randomness down, and Zach Wilson went before Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't get it.
That's
like I know that there's a reality where that could exist. Don't get me wrong, but like, come on, man.
Yeah, but you took when you take randomness now, and it's kind of what is self-proclaimed. You know what I mean? You took randomness down, and it got more random.
Yeah, what's crazy is Elijah Moore is still available. So Elijah Moore will be our pick just because we did that. But I think there were other wide receivers now. I don't think everybody went off the board that went off the first time. Hold on. We should be able to like divide this up by
position.
Yeah. Let me filter my pick. I know the pick's gonna be Elijah Moore because I don't want to deviate from what we did.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elijah Moore, Ayami Brown. No, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing, man. It's the same exact thing.
Chat, stick with us because once we get to where we were at the third round, we're going to speed it up. We've been listening to you guys. We've been talking, but listen, it's a Saturday night. You know what I mean? Let's relax. But go ahead, smash the like button though. For real. It's easy.
Yo, what's crazy is we got the same two players.
And third round pick, Jamin Davis.
I probably shouldn't say that yet because we need Jamin Davis to come up in the third round, or else we already got a wrinkle.
Yeah.
Kyle Trask went to the Bears again. They really like certain teams to take certain players.
You put randomness down, and I still can't believe this started.
The first pick already threw a wrench with randomness down. It doesn't make any sense, man.
Hold up. Victory says, see what happens when Fresh comes through. Listen, I was doing a stream. I forgot who I was doing it with, or if it was a Sixers or an Eagle stream. But Fresh came in and said, "What's up,
bro?" You know what really hurts?
Broke my wife.
We're in the same exact situation. Jamin Davis, Jamar Johnson, Ardarius Washington, Kelvin Joseph. Guys, remember these names for the best available because you already know we were already up here talking about trading. Kendrick Green, Tay Gowan, Ifeatu Melifonwu, Josh Palmer, offensively still there. Brady Christensen still there. Cade Johnson, Jalen Darden offensively are there.
Hold up. I will say this.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
We really should just do exactly what we did. Go to the 84th pick or decide to trade up. Don't trade up. Forget it. Let's just rock 84th. You know what I mean? But here's the thing.
We want to rock the 84. We're rocking the 84 this time.
Because if you trade up and it breaks again, I'm going to sleep.
Then we know it's Howie, bro. It's Howie. All right, I might trade up, Mike. I'm gonna let it play out until it gets to Carolina. All right.
Hold up, we got a super chat.
Melifonwu went right behind us at 71.
Hey, check out the super chat.
That hurt because that's who I wanted. That's how I wanted. Okay, I got you. Give me a second. Odiengbo, the edge rusher from Vanderbilt went next. Sorry, guys. Let me get to the super chats. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
Nah, you're good. I know you were big on that Syracuse corner.
That's funny, Arius. That's funny, bro. Let me find it in this comment section, though. Come on, man. Damn, did I really miss it, Mike? How long ago was it?
No, it's recent. Just look at the recent. It should be right there.
I was to say, man, I really missed that one.
No, this is recent. When I said it, it just happened.
Okay, I got you. I found it. It's a pretty good comment though too. It's pretty funny, yo. So you all got hit with the mock draft blue screen of death from Windows 95. Yeah, Howie shut us down, bro. Howie shut us down. He said, "Nah, it's not happening. This is not happening." All right, let's continue the draft, man, because some guys that we like are still there. We lost Ifeatu Melifonwu. That sucks. I'm not gonna lie to you, but some guys we like are still there.
All right, who's there? 84th overall. Let's go.
Damn it. Should we try to trade with Washington? Patrick Johnson just came off the board. Patrick Johnson just came off the board. Listen. Everybody that we still wanted at 70 is still on the board right now with Washington. Do we ride it out for another like 10 picks or so, or do we try to make this trade now?
Wait, we're at what, 75th?
We're at
74th?
74 overall, and we're 84th. So we got like 10, 11 picks in front of us.
Is the trade going to break the internet again?
God, I hope not, man.
If that's the case, chat, where are you guys at? Do you want to try to trade and get Jamar Johnson, a legit safety who can cover and do a lot of things? Or do you want to stay fit, stay
All right,
still?
it looks like everybody's saying no trade and hold. So, all right, guys, we'll hold. But I'm just saying, man, there's some really good talent on this board right now. Like, I would be tempted to trade, but I'll let it play out, guys. I'll let it play
Gate City's finger is just like twitching over the trade button.
Bro, it is. Davis Mills went to Washington. Ardarius Washington went to the Giants.
Ew.
Wait a minute. What do I mean forfeited? Whoa. How did New England fail to get the pick in on time? Because it says forfeited.
Yo, you put randomness down.
Yo, that's crazy. What happened?
You know what they got? They got caught cheating again. So
what happened? I don't understand.
The Patriots are cheaters. They got caught cheating. They were trying to.
Oh no, something must have happened. Something must have happened from before. I think they had that pick and they had to forfeit it. So I don't know, bro. I don't even understand what's happening here, guys.
But listen,
I have no clue what's happening. Here's the thing, though, guys. We are sitting here at the 84th pick, and guess who is still on the board? Jamar Johnson, safety, Indiana. Kelvin Johnson, cornerback, Kentucky. Tay Gowan, cornerback, UCF. There's good talent on this board, guys. What do y'all want? Jamar Johnson, Kelvin Joseph, Tay Gowan.
They're the three. I think they're the three. They're the three you really got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Jamar Johnson, safety. Tay Gowan, cornerback.
If you want interior defensive line, that would be Tommy Togiai from Ohio State. He is still on the board. He's still on the board. And then if you want a running back, Michael Carter. He's a bit of a scat back, though, guys, but he's electrifying. He's still on the board as an offensive player. I still think we can get running back deeper in the draft, though, guys. I'm going to be honest.
Gate, let me ask you real quick.
I think the fourth round, we should probably target the running back. Yeah, what's up?
Best player available is who?
Jamar Johnson, hands down.
So, there it is. You're at best player available right now?
Togi. We got Togi. Some people said Togi. We got Johnson. Looks like Jamar Johnson is clearly going to be the.
I think safety, just because it's called the safety, which we need more safety on defense. We need some safety in a defense in totality. I think Johnson is good. You shore up the safety. You give a guy under Ronnie McLeod, who Ronnie McLeod is going to come back a little bit healthy and play a little bit, but you need to get the people underneath them.
All right, you guys, it was close. Some Kelvin Joseph had some momentum, guys. Jamar Johnson was the popular pick from the chat. So with the 84th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select safety, Jamar Johnson, Indiana. Trey Sermon went off the board. Whoa, really? I like Trey Sermon, but man, that is high. 87th overall to Pittsburgh. That makes sense. That's a good fit.
Yeah, they need running backs. They were horrible last year.
I mean, I really do like Trey Sermon a lot. He makes a lot of sense to me.
Hey, Victory's happy. Jalen Williams wanted Joseph. Kelvin Joseph, corner.
Kelvin Joseph is like a first-round talent. He's just got some character things that kind of popped up on him.
Oh,
yeah. Kelvin Joseph didn't go to the 109th pick to the Texans.
He's dead. His career is over. Texans just
Rodarius
swallow you whole.
Rodarius Williams finally went. He went to the Panthers at 113. Man, we're getting into dangerous territory of maybe looking for an X receiver or a running back. All right, we're on the clock.
Hey, Mark said Philly might drink it.
Tay Gowan is on the board at corner. I got to tell you, Mike, I like Tay Gowan. I love Tay Gowan at 123.
I do too.
That's a crazy good value to me. Milton Williams from defensive lineman from Louisiana Tech. 73rd overall rank, still on the board. Pretty good value. Tay Gowan, Milton Williams is a good football player. Josh Palmer, It's not really what I would call like a natural X, but he plays the X from time to time. He's still on the board. I still think if we wait in the 5th round, man, we're probably going to get a decent wide receiver. I think we can still get a boundary side receiver if we just stay patient in the 5th.
Yeah. And I
know Tyree Gillespie is still on the board. He's safety from where do you guys want, guys? I mean, I got to be honest with you. Tay Gowan is calling my name right now.
Listen,
Tay Gowan is an incredible value at 123.
Let's go over the whole draft. So, first overall pick, we take J.C. Horn. Second overall pick, 37, we take Elijah Moore, wide receiver. Our first third round pick, 70. We go ahead and take Jamin Davis. Second, third round pick, we go ahead and take Jamar Johnson, the guy people were arguing to take at 70. And now we're at our 4th round pick, 123. And again, I was okay with double dipping for cornerback when Asante Samuel Jr.'s were there in the 2nd round. And I think you really got to bolster up this secondary. I'm talking corners. I'm talking safeties. I'm talking whatever you can get. It's a passing
I think
league.
Allen has to be it, man. Has to be it at this.
I honestly
right,
think I think you got to do it just for depth.
All right. Here we go, guys. With the 123rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select cornerback from UCF, Tay Gowan.
Let's go.
It's good value, man.
Yeah, but somebody said I would drink.
I still think we need an interior defensive line. I still think we need a possession receiver. Josh Palmer went like right after us. Dwayne Eskridge finally went. Milton Williams went. He's a pretty good football player from Louisiana Tech, but the level of competition was a common issue for me there. Benjamin St. Just finally went. Anthony Schwartz and Tamarion Terry finally went. Tamarion Terry went to the Chiefs.
Ugly because they're going to use him right.
Yeah, that sucks. I still got some guys I think we can get though, but I would have Tamarion Terry would have been a good pickup in the 4th or the 5th round to me. I think some of these are still a little unrealistic, to be honest with you. I think some of these guys are slipping a little further than I think I think it's definitely more accurate than last year's draft, which was just like really ridiculous. Dude, Bobby Brown. Yeah,
last year's draft, your draft that you picked was able to just be like on like the like you would have been called GM of the year if you made that, if that draft was legit. Last year's draft that you did.
Mike, tell me what you think. I see 3 guys in particular that really interest me here. All right. Bobby Brown III, defensive lineman from Texas A&M, is still available at 150. Good value there. And we need interior defense. Simi Fehoku, the wide receiver from Stanford. This dude is a physical specimen, man. Like, he's not like, this is a guy that you get the ball to underneath and just watch him run over 5 guys. Like, dude is just straight physicality, man. He's like, he's not Anquan Bolden, but he's physical like Anquan Bolden was. He's not the same skill set, obviously, in the 5th round. But he interests me, right? Cornell Powell from Clemson. Not the greatest receiver, doesn't have the greatest amount of experience. I do think that he could be a little bit of a, kind of probably a guy you can maybe get a little bit later. He's still on the board. He's still a good player, right? And interior offensive line, if you guys want to look there. David Moore, Grambling State. Good low school guy that most people don't know about, right? No one would really know. Jonathan Cooper is an edge rusher from Ohio State, still on the board. Aaron Brooks, guard from Notre Dame. I'm sorry, Banks, not Brooks. Aaron Banks from guard from Notre Dame, still on the board. Justin Hilliard, the linebacker from Ohio State, still on the board. Hainsey, tackle from Notre Dame, he's still on the board. I think Bobby Brown makes a lot of sense here, Mike.
Hey, real quick.
Interior defensive lineman in the 5th round. What do you guys think, guys? Where do y'all want?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Tonga. Hang on, guys. Tonga from BYU, the interior defensive lineman, he's still available. That's a good pick. You got Tonga from BYU still available. You got Kane Doe from Florida State, edge rusher, still available.
I'm listening.
Drew Dalman, center from Stanford, still available. You got Tonga as an interior guy. Even Trill Williams, cornerback from Syracuse, is still available. If he would have been healthy, I think he'd have been a much higher pick. And then you got guys like Bobby Brown III, it's a good football player, guys, sitting around there still. All right, what do y'all think? Yeah, I think value at the position, Vic, I agree.
Yeah, I think you got to go value at the position. Again, once you start getting into the deeper rounds, I think it's more important about getting someone you need and more the most important to getting a best player available type situation. Because again, listen, you got the Tom Brady's, you got the Antonio Browns, you got the legit 5th and 6th round talent that comes out to be like legit stars. But listen, in a vacuum, if you get 1,000 5th round and 6th round picks, there's 25 great ones and 975 horrible
So
ones.
Mike,
So
this is how crazy this is. We picked Bobby Brown the third. With the 150th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select defensive lineman, Texas A&M, Bobby Brown the third. Do you know who got picked right after that? Fahoku, wide receiver from Stanford to Carolina. I was like, yo, they read, like, seriously, like, get off me. Oh, man. Kaylon Hill got selected, man.
But real quick, shout out to
running back I was interested in.
Shout out to Brian Sherman. I think he's the one who said it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. He said, I'm always a little bit now from here on out, I'm going to be a little bit worried about picking Stanford wide receivers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know.
You can't, just because of one player.
But listen, let me ask you this, though. This is non-Eagle related. But let me ask you, because of how horrible Ohio State quarterbacks been, talking about Dwayne Haskins, talking about Troy Smith, talking about all these Ohio State quarterbacks, do you think that's why Justin Fields might fall?
Yeah, to an extent, but I think he's still going to go top 5. All right, I got some interesting names for you, Mike.
Go ahead.
I like the way this board has shaped out. We just took an interior defensive lineman. Don't get me wrong, but okay. Tunga, defensive lineman, BYU, still on the board at 189. Shaka Toney, edge rusher, Penn State, still on the board at 141. Drew Dahlman, center, Stanford, still on the board. Okay.
Wait, who?
I don't think we're going to go tight end. I think we're okay there. Elijah Mitchell, halfback, Louisiana. Listen, he played at Louisiana State. Not Louisiana State, because that would be LSU. He played at the University of Louisiana Lafayette. The level of competition's not there, but guys, if you look at the underlying data on him, Elijah Mitchell at running back, man, that's good value, man. I'm half tempted to see if we couldn't get him even later than this. That's what I'm wondering, but I think we're getting kind of desperate if we want to add running back. But we just signed Jordan Howard. Even if we don't get running back here, undrafted rookie free agent market, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll survive that. Yeah, what's up, man?
I was more on the late round running back before Jordan Howard signed. And again, I'm not expecting Chicago Bears Jordan Howard, but I think any type of Jordan Howard is going to be better than a 5th round, 4th round running back out of college. So I like that. I think Boston Scott keeps you in a mix if you need to replace one of them. He's not the guy, but he can get it done in spurts. I think running back is good for the time being.
Say, Mike, Elijah Mitchell is like 5'10", 5'11", 220. He's an all-purpose back, man, and he runs with power.
Yeah, but I think Drew Stanford, I think his last name is. I think you can get the center right now. Wait, Drew what?
You talking the center from Stanford?
Yeah, I think you get him
Drew Dahlman
in the wake of if left guard Salamalu doesn't pan out at center, who's possibly going to be the replacement for Jason Kelsey, who again, he extends one more year, but one more year is only one more year. We're rebuilding.
Okay, one more name. Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson, running back, Oklahoma, is still on the board.
I'll take Dow. I think I took Drew Dahlman in my actual mock draft.
All right. You got Drew Dahlman, Ramondre Stevenson still on the board. Elijah Mitchell, who's another guy I think has all the physical tools, still on the board. Tonga is a defensive lineman. We could use more interior depth. I don't think all these linemen would make it, though. That's my only fear about taking too many defensive linemen. just because I don't think we have the, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We're going to carry 5 defensive tackles.
Yeah, that's too many.
That'd be. Jalen's like, we don't need a running back this year. I don't know, man. Until somebody gets injured.
True, but listen again. We played all of last year really with Boston Scott and Miles Sanders. Like we didn't. Who we have? Like the guy from the Lions, Huntley. The guy from the Wizard of Oz. I don't know, just fake guys. So I think with Jordan Howard, I'm not saying he's Chicago Jordan Howard, but it's a body that's usable. I think we can postpone the running back situation. And again, offensive lineman, you're getting a center who's a natural center. Drew Dalman, Stanford, smart guy.
Let me read the names again, guys. So leave your votes down below, and we're going to total them. Tonga, BYU defensive lineman. Drew Dalman, center, Stanford. My bad. Elijah Mitchell, running back, University of Louisiana Lafayette. Okay. Kuntz, edge rusher, Buffalo. Kuntzy, I think is actually his name. Let's see. Chauncey Golston, edge rusher, Iowa. Ramondre Stevenson, halfback, Oklahoma. Those are the big names still on the board.
I'm taking Drew Dalman, but it is the chat's mock draft. So let us know.
You got some momentum with Dalman, man.
Where do you stand? Where do you stand at this moment of time?
Man, I would get Ramondre Stevenson because I think he's going to be a playmaker. I know you can make the argument how he's going to make plays if no one can block, but
here comes the Stevenson. Here comes the Stevenson push. Even though it's a couple of people repeating themselves, but I'll take it.
I know.
Hey, look, listen. A playmaker is always good. Listen,
you guys are all over the place, man.
Let me just say this before we get up out of here.
It's between Dalman and Stevenson. That's where it's at.
Let me just say this about the Stevenson versus Dalman crew. Let's look at positional coaches. Jeff Stoutland, a guy who's known to take guys like Dalman in that particular type of round and turn them into Kelce's. I'm not saying he's going to be a Kelce, but I think Dalman, he's a guy who's underweight. He's little, but his second level push is legit. He gets to the second level kind of like a Kelce. And the reason I'm saying this is because I picked him in my mock draft around this area. Like this was my mock draft. If you look on my channel, like 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, I don't know.
I think it's Stevenson by the chat, man. All right, it's Stevenson by the chat. It's close.
It's all love.
What do you want to do, man? Stevenson or Dalman? You want to go Stevenson?
We go with the chat, man. Stevenson it is.
All right, guys.
When Jason Kelce retires and Isaac and Selamalu can't get to the second level like that, don't at me on Twitter.
All right, guys. So with the 189th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select running back, Oklahoma, Ramondre Stevenson. Darius Stills just went. Keith Taylor went. Man, some people waited way too long to get corners. Paris Ford finally went. Man, we still got 4 picks left.
Jalen Williams says, so Mike, tell me your bias. Hey, Philly 52 channel member in the building said I picked Stevenson in this round 2. We have our mocks. Yeah, I agree. Listen, look, Stevenson's a playmaker. He's a running back, but I think signing Jordan Howard, putting Boston Scott as the third running back. Boston Scott's nothing special, but he's solid third piece. I think if we can stay healthy, but again, the Eagles are a team that everything you say.
Like I like those two, but is Jordan Howard's shoulder really 100%?
Still 2 years later.
Hey man, we were told it was week to week. I think they meant year to year, but
Hey, Gate. If this dude shows any type of shoulder problems, you gotta cut him ASAP, Rocky. Get him out.
Man, they finally took Patrick Jones, the second one pick before us. Edge rusher from Pittsburgh. That would have definitely been my pick.
Yeah. Yo, listen, we legitly slacked on the edge rusher. I thought we should have did that earlier, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Well,
where are we at? What pick are we at?
All right, you got Ernest Brown the fourth, who's an edge rusher from Northwestern. We're at pick 224. Ernest Brown the fourth, edge rusher from Northwestern, would be your highest graded one. Now, I will say this, Mike, we can still get your center, Manet, center, Penn State, still there.
Yeah, but I really don't know that much about that guy compared to my Drew Dalman. It's all right though. Listen, I did the research on Drew Dalman. Like, I did it.
I know you guys don't want to hear another running back, but Javion Hawkins is a guy that he's a little teeny tiny, but that dude can run. He's explosive. He's still available. I'm just going by what the best available is. I'm not saying that's what I would pick per se, but
yeah,
those are the best available.
But Gates trying to slide in.
I think we could use an edge rusher here if we can find one, and we need to probably look at late cornerback prospects to bring in as a developmental piece.
Mukwamu's
where I would
lean to, right?
I think so. I can look though. Let me see. Positions.
Because I honestly like Mukwamu as in the NFL as a safety.
Antonio Phillips, Jason Pillot, Lanier still on the board. Shamar, Gene Charles from App State still there.
Would you agree about Israel Mukwamu? You like him better in the NFL as a safety?
Yeah, I mean, he plays the ball well in front of him. I can understand what people are saying, and he does show ball hawking skills. I think he is gone, though. Brian Mills, who's another big guy, kind of like Mukwamu. He's a small school guy from NC Central. He's still on the board, but we probably can get him almost in the 7th round, to be honest. I would kind of wait on that one. Let me
ask you this. Is there any rugby players available?
Just kidding. Any rugby players. Yeah, we seem to have success there, huh?
Yeah, right. Let's keep the ball moving.
Cornerback. Dude, do they not have any defensive ends?
Hold on. Is tight end Trey McKitty still there?
DeMonte Coxey's still here.
What about Trey McKitty from Georgia? 6'5".
Give me a minute. You said tight end Trey McKitty?
Yeah. Shout out to Big Fish Little Bill. But hey, real quick, shout out to my guy Ari Starwin with the newest channel member. Let's go, my guy. I've been waiting for you to join channel membership.
Man. Like, yo, bro, like this is like the depth of the death, bro.
So there's no Trey McKitty?
I'm looking. All right. So you got Kylan Granson, Ben Mason, Matt Bushman, Tony Poljan, the tight end from Virginia. Trey McKitty is still there.
He's deep.
Valued at 246, though. I think that because we have back-to-back picks here. We're at 224 and 225.
We could wait, but this is my take on Trey McKitty. He really does play with one speed. The dude is not fast, but at 6'5", he's that guy who will legitly go up and get it vertical. Like, he's not afraid to take the big hit while going up. Hands are very strong. He really does play at one speed. And so if you're talking about yards after the catch, he's not your guy. But you're talking about a monster of a man who got a little bit better every year, whose catch radius is huge and will come down. He won't run after it, but he'll come down with it. That's what I like Trey McKitty from Georgia. But you can wait for him. But I do like him. Because of the way we develop tight ends, I like him to sit behind the crew.
I'm trying to think here, Mike, because we do have back-to-back picks. I think we have to go edge rusher here. I just think we're up against the wall. Man.
Yeah.
Ernest, I'm going to go Ernest Brown. I'm going to go Ernest Brown, the fourth edge rusher from Northwestern here, just because we're really up against the board here with edge rushers. We probably waited a little too long in this draft to take a guy. I think that'd be the one mistake.
Yeah.
All right. Do you still want to go center, Mike? We can get Manet. We're right here at 225 now. We can get Manet. Michael Manet, center from Penn State, is still here. I mean, we still have a good draft board. We can still get a Coxey or someone to challenge the split end X-line receiver in the 7th round, probably too.
I would take Monet again. We got Goat Stoutland over there. You got Jason Kelsey for one more year. You got Isaac Samalu as the emergency replacement. You got time to build up Monet's confidence. Best offensive line coach in the game. I'll take him. Victory did do a super chat though.
I'm going to go. You know what? I think you got to go Monet, man. You got to go to Monet just because Monet may not be like, just because they say they're center guys. It's an interior offensive lineman position. I'm looking at best available, and he's one of the best available players.
Yeah, real quick, Gate. Mark George said, "Who is Ernest Brown?" You're like
Ernest Brown is not. Look, guys, we're not picking from the best edge rushers here. We missed our chance. Honestly, early on with edge rushers. If we would have taken a round earlier, there was still one really good edge rusher kind of left on the board. I think was an exceptional value. We kind of missed the calling there. We missed the opportunity to get that player, and that one sucks a little bit, guys. I will admit that's the one area, like I said, I probably would have focused more on Patrick Jones. I mean, the second from Pittsburgh later in the draft. We kind of missed that, and this is not a really deep pass rush draft. I mean, you don't have that many guys that you could feel that confident about. I thought Kane Doe would have made some sense though too, because he's a raw athlete. And you're looking late in the rounds, you kind of want raw athletes. You know what I mean? Like those guys make a lot of sense. But we got guys now that are popping up that I be honest with you guys, I do not have scouting reports on some of these guys, the edge rusher that are popping up now. Like these dudes are really, really late round prospects.
Hey, Gate, let me just touch on a couple of things real quick. One, we
still have a ton of picks for quarterback. Yeah. We're nowhere near done.
Yeah, we're gonna get a quarterback. We're gonna get a quarterback that belongs in the 3rd position on a depth chart. However, Victory did do a super chat. I don't know what it was for again at the end of the day, but look,
my bad, Vic.
No, it's cool. But listen, I agree with you guys. And channel member Jalen Williams said, look, all centers can be guards, but not all guards can be centers. Correct. Yeah. So Isaac Samalu, who's proposed to be a possible replacement, y'all killed me. Y'all didn't take Drew Dalman. I hate you guys. I'm just kidding. At the end of the day, listen, this is the people's draft. And although people come in, say a pick, and bounce up out of here, we still got to go with majority rules. We're not tallying with a pen and paper. But, hey, guess what, guys? We've been live for 2 hours. Do us the honor by smashing the like button if you haven't done it. And we are live on 2 different channels. Y'all know me. Bad Internet Today, Philly Talk Podcast, and my guy upstairs or up there, Gate City Sports Channel, who's the host. And he's like, don't tell him I'm the host. I'm just kidding. But listen, hit the like button for wherever you're watching it. Subscribe to both channels. Type it in the search bar. Philly Talk Podcast, Gate City Sports Channel.
I'm going to go.
It's beautiful.
I think we need to go Monet here, man. I just think Monet is the best available player.
I thought we already picked him
right now. No. I was trying to let the chat kind of, because like we just missed Patrick Jones, man. Patrick Jones went the pick before us. Patrick Jones, the second edge rusher for Pittsburgh, which would have definitely been my pick if he had been there. But like I'm looking, clearly, it's the best available player, man. Like it's just not even close to me in terms of like the value. You know what I mean? Like he's clearly the best available player. Let me clear that out.
We don't listen for people who can't see, for people who don't know where we're at the 2nd 6th round pick, I believe, right? 225, 2nd 6th round.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go Monet here, guys, and then we'll kind of let this go down. There's a couple other guys I'm interested in. I want to see how the board goes. And guys, I'm not overly concerned about quarterback because you can always hit undrafted rookie free agent markets for quarterbacks. I'm not crazy worried about that in the 7th round because we got 2 opportunities here. So we'll kind of see what goes on here. All right. Let me take a look. Quarterbacks. Let's see if Gate can scout deep for you guys here with what's left. Oh, Bukele, Ian Book. I hate both of these. Not kidding. I can rock with Ian Book. I think Ian Book, like Bukele has some some talent. Don't get me wrong. My thing is, Mike, maybe we should ride this one out on quarterbacks until the last pick of the draft.
Listen,
If no one's
y'all
available,
hold up.
we
Y'all
can always
saw
go undrafted agent.
You saw Gate City's video. If you didn't, go check it out. Khalil Tate. What if he's brought in the mix and he's that third quarterback? You know what I mean? Maybe we can wait. Listen, again, I feel like people hear the position called quarterback and say, "Oh my God, quarterback." Listen, the objective. Hold up,
I got an interesting prospect for you.
But the objective for 2021 is to keep Jalen Hurts on the field for 17 games. If he does stay on the field for 17 games, I don't care who is on the roster for quarterback. So that's the objective. Let's not forget that.
I got a very interesting prospect for you. Actually, at edge rusher, man. This is someone I didn't realize was still on the board. Teron Jackson, edge rusher, Coastal Carolina. Small school guy. I don't care about the level of competition. We're looking at a 7th round pick. I like that. That's a good football player, man. I mean, I know the level of competition. I get it. Jump into the league is going to be like $1 million in a 1% difference. But Teron Jackson's a good football player, man. There's also Raymond Johnson III is an edge rusher from Georgia Southern. He's still available. There's a couple of guys on here, guys, that are still fairly, I mean, obviously you're picking the 7th round. They're not, it's not nothing to write home about. I like the idea of adding another edge rusher here, Mike. I mean, what do you think?
I definitely do too. And here's the thing. I'm going to sit this one out because I really don't know nothing about this guy. But, hey, do your best.
Mike said, you have to tell me who this dude is.
do your best to sell not only me, but sell the chat on what this guy is about. Because, again,
it's the physical trait.
He's a 7th round pick. We're not talking about tell me how he's Chase Young like, but give me some things that you think he can build off in the NFL. And if with the right team, right potential, right coaching staff, new coaching staff, he maybe can be a rotational piece or something more. Give us that reasoning.
Like, look, man, it's one of these things where it comes down to you're worried about the level of competition. He didn't play very good competition. BYU was probably clearly their best competition. But when you look at the physical prospects of who this guy is, right? 6'2", 6'3", 260. He's just got that motor, that type of edge rusher we seem to have success with, right? He's not a 6'6", 6'7" guy that's putting up crazy numbers. But, man, he came in pretty well at the Senior Bowl, guys. He did really well at the Senior Bowl. If you haven't had a chance, go look up Teron Jackson, Coastal Carolina Senior Bowl. Man, he was good, man. I mean, some people might say that maybe he's a little bit of a more of a fit for a 34 outside edge rusher or outside stand-up joker kind of rusher, like outside linebacker. I still think he'd fit in a 43 as an edge rusher, especially situational pass rusher. Teron Jackson still available, guys. The other edge rusher, do you guys want some information on Raymond Johnson III? This is a guy that, I'll be honest with you guys, I barely looked at Raymond Johnson III, but I've definitely heard people talk about Raymond Johnson III. I do think that originally he was thought to be a higher draft pick than the 7th round, but it seemed, obviously like some of these guys just, you kind of lose a little bit on them. Another guy, Georgia Southern. At least you can say the competition was a little better with Georgia Southern than Coastal Carolina. I mean, Coastal Carolina outside of BYU, like they're really not playing anyone. Very similar built prospect guys, 6'3"-ish, 260. Not the fastest guy. Like he probably runs, I'd say he's probably in between a 4.7-ish in his 40 time. I don't think he's like a gigantic guy. I don't think he's anything like that. Puts up decent shuttle time though, guys, from what I saw. I think he ran like a 4.7 shuttle time, which for an end, don't get me wrong, this isn't Kwity Paye, but I mean, what else are you gonna get this late in the draft? You know what I'm saying? Like he's not gonna be the athletic freak that like Kwity Paye is.
Correct. Let me ask you this. And this guy was drafted, I think, with a 4th round. I think the Eagles drafted him in the 4th or 5th round. Sharif Miller. Do you think he has more attributes than Sharif Miller did?
If you're talking about Teron Jackson, the edge rusher from Coastal Carolina, I do. I do. All right. Everyone wants to go with Jackson. Is that the consensus, guys? Teron Jackson, edge rusher from Coastal Carolina.
I think so.
I mean, look, his BYU tape was really good, guys. He was a problem in that game.
How many did he sack? What's his name? Zach Wilson.
He definitely got pressure on him. I had to watch the game again to see if he got a sack. I think he did, though. Yeah, I mean, you could tell Zach Wilson was not comfortable in that game. I think that was their only loss, too. So with the 234th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles take edge rusher, Coastal Carolina, Teron Jackson. I don't know how he says it exactly. We're on the clock again.
Jackson.
Last pick of the draft, guys.
You know what? Hey, you know what I did on my mock?
End of the road.
Hey, Gate. You know what I did on my mock draft for my last pick, just for fun? And a lot of people were upset. A lot of people commented and said, "Huh? You didn't go quarterback just for GP?" I picked a kicker, just to put the little fire emoji under Jake Elliott. I picked a kicker out of Miami, Jose Borglass. That's what I did with the 7th round pick. And some people were mad. They said, you can get an extra linebacker. You can get a quarterback. You can get this, that, and the third. I said, you know what? I wanted to pick a kicker because I wanted to pick a kicker. It was just for fun, actually. But yeah, where are you at with the 7th round pick?
Well, you got Bukele and Book at quarterback. We can go quarterback. Let's take a look. We could double dip at linebacker, although I don't think it's necessary. I think at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got what you got at linebacker.
True. Like, I would have liked my guy, Trey McKitty. Check if Trey McKitty's still there, because when you looked at him in the 5th round, he was like six or he was like the 5th guy on the depth chart.
So here's your best available. You got Crosswell, safety from Arizona State, Ben Mason, tight end from Michigan, Derek Forrest, safety from Cincinnati. You've got Pinnock, cornerback from Pittsburgh, Tommy Doyle, tackle from Miami of Ohio, Royce Newman, tackle from Mississippi, Raymond Johnson III, edge rusher from Georgia Southern, still there, Matt Bushman, still there, tight end from BYU, Tony Poljan, tight end from Virginia, still there, pretty good football player. Quentin Bohanna is a defensive lineman from Kentucky. I can see the Eagles kind of double dipping there because you're not counting on these guys necessarily making your roster. They're probably more practice squad candidates, but you always got to give a guy a chance. I could see us going corner again. We need a ton of quarters. Trey McKitty still there, tight end from Georgia.
Get him.
All right, Mike. All right, we're gonna go with Mike's pick here, guys.
Listen. Hold on. Zach Ertz is on the roster, right? We have Dallas Goedert on the roster, right? We have Richard Rodgers, but how much longer are we going to keep hanging on to him? He's an older guy in the league, right? And Zach Ertz looks to be out, if not this year, definitely next year. So why not get a guy to groom under a couple great tight ends who's 6'5" and has the frame?
All right. So
by the way, no race, but he's not a white tight end. He's a black tight end. You know what I mean? Eagles haven't had a black tight end in a long time. I'll take one.
All right. With the 240th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select tight end Trey McKitty from Georgia. All right, guys.
Gacy's like this. I hate that guy.
No, I don't.
No. I'm just kidding with you. Let's see what we got. Go ahead. Go through it.
All right, man. So number 12, J.C. Horn, A. Number 37, Elijah Moore, A. Number 70, Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky, A-. Number 84, ooh, dang, Vic. Jamar Johnson.
Hold on. I want to spend a little time on this. Because he said listen, Victory, I love you to death. But you did tell us that when the draft was over, we would get a bad grade taking Jamin Davis with the 70th overall pick. Gate City got an A- with it. We as a whole got an A-. And
I can't take credit for that. The chat did.
No. Correct. Yeah. Us as a whole got an A- on it. But then we take Jamar Johnson 14 picks later, and even 14 picks later, they only gave you a C plus. I'm gonna have to talk to you, Victory. I don't know what you're doing.
Tay Gowan, but Victory didn't make up for it with Tay Gowan, A minus.
So now he's a B plus kind of guy.
Bobby Bound the third. Who's that gate? C plus. Apparently the mock draft said who's that gate as well. Ramondre Stevenson, my guy from Oklahoma, A minus. Ernest Brown the fourth, edge rusher, Northwestern, C plus. I don't blame him there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard when you're picking this late. You're not going to get great guys. Michael Manet, center from Penn State, C plus. Teron Jackson, edge rusher from Coastal Carolina, C plus. Trey McKitty, tight end, Georgia, C plus. Eagles overall grade, B, solid B. I'll take it.
Okay, real quick, hit that super chat real quick for my guy leaving.
Let me copy the image though, by the way, so that way we can share it for everybody. I'll send it to you, Mike. What do you want me to do? Hit the super chat, you said?
Yeah. Shout out to my guy Ari Starwin with the $5. Yes, sir. Super chat. He said, I'm out, my dudes. Can't wait for the season. Too big blue. Use. Go Giants. Listen, my man subscribed to the channel. My man is a channel member. He's a Brooklyn Nets fan, so he comes at me with the Sixers. He comes at me with the Eagles, but he keeps it in all love and faith. Shout out to my guy. He's a Giants fan. I don't like many Giant fans. He's one I do.
Jalen said, shoot, I can take credit for it.
I still want to beat him, though. And yeah, right. But look, low key, though. Like, why is Trey McKitty a C plus, man? We got him in the 240th round. I'll take that as like, come on, my guy.
I mean, it is what it is, man. I mean, it's all subjective, Mike.
I know.
It's subjective as heck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me ask you this, though. I don't know if you know this player. You probably do because you are the GOAT when it comes to knowing college prospects. However, Nick Bolton, where do you rate him? Because some things have him as the third best.
He was a first round pick.
Correct. Some people have him.
He was being mocked as a first at first. But that's weird.
But he dropped down, right? Am I wrong to say that?
He there's some questions about his athleticism. That's what's hurting.
So if you had to guess, if somebody said you get it right, you get money. If you had to like bet this or try to put your best guess, where would you mock him? Nick Bolton out of Missouri.
Man, I don't think he's going to be a first round pick, Mike. I'm going to be open and honest about it. I think he's somewhere between pick 50 and 75. I think he's in that 25-ish pick range between pick 50 and 75, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
He's not the biggest guy. He's not going to be the fastest guy on there. He plays all off of instincts, man. He does not give ground, though. I mean, he is a really good run defender.
He drags you down.
Game, like his vision for identifying the game is very high. The problem is that he's all downhill. But the thing is he made plays in coverage. He's an average athlete, but he did make plays in coverage. So that goes into like his instincts and the feel for the game. Like, I know people are really scared about him in coverage at the NFL level, but it should be noted in college, Mike, he made plays. Like, he was a good coverage linebacker in college. I don't know if it's going to translate to the NFL, but he really was.
Let me ask you this question, because my guy Philly 52 said this. Who would you take first, Nick Bolton or Jabril Cox?
Jabril Cox. Me personally, Jabril Cox.
So you think Jabril Cox is going in a second?
I do. I think Jabril Cox's athleticism at the end of the day, and I know that teams get guilty of this because they fall in love with the guy working out in shorts. Pause. You get what I mean. They see you know what I mean? They see these guys, especially like with his last name, bro. That just did not come out right. They see these guys that they're workout warriors, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like they start, then you got like, the fact that Jabril played in the SEC, and obviously both players did, to be fair, they both played in the SEC, but Jabril played a lot of really good competition. But Jabril's got a big missed tackle rate, if we're going to be honest. Jabril did miss tackles, but man, he can cover. If you got a coverage heavy system, man, he can cover. I'm not going to lie to you, Mike. He's a good coverage linebacker.
Facts. Real quick, let's go over it again. Let's go over again the draft we just did because we got some new people in the chat. Let's go over it one more time. Listen, this is not just me and Gate City. This was a little bit of Gate City, a little bit of Philly Mike, even though they just always deny my picks, except for the 7th round. I'm just kidding. But this was mainly us giving you guys 2, 3, sometimes 4 people to choose, and you in the chat, not you who just came through, but the chat really determined who was picked. But go ahead and run through the names and give the grades.
All right, guys. With the 12th pick, the Eagles selected J.C. Horn, cornerback, South Carolina. Graded was an A. The 37th pick, Philadelphia Eagles selected Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Mississippi. Grade A. With the 70th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected linebacker, Kentucky, Jamin Davis. A-. With the 84th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected safety, Indiana, Jamar Johnson. C+. With the 123rd pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected cornerback from UCF, Tay Gowan. A-. With the 150th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected defensive lineman, Texas A&M, Bobby Brown III. The mock simulator said, "Who is that?" Gave us a C+. With the 189th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected running back, Oklahoma, Ramondre Stevenson. And the mock draft said, "We love that." A-. With the 224th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles selected edge rusher, Northwestern, Ernest Brown IV. And the mock draft simulator said, gave us a C+.
Real quick, hold on. Let me stop real quick. I was so big on Drew Dowman and at the 189th pick. But listen, PFF, Steve picked it. Steve was more on that one, and the chat followed with him, and he got an A- in an area where it's hard to get the A's and B's in the later rounds because there's really not that much talent left. So that just goes to show if that happened, they're thinking it's a super steal. So I got to give you credit for that. Even though you didn't take my center, I will give you 100% credit. You were on it, and the chat was with you.
All right, Ernest Brown IV, edge rusher from Northwestern, C+. I don't even think the mock simulator knew who that was. Michael Manet, center from Penn State, gave us a C+. That one I felt was like a little harsh. I thought that was a really good value actually for Michael Manet. But okay. I'm not even a Penn State guy. I'm an NC State guy.
What would you I can't even talk. What would you put that at, kind of, if you had to bump it up?
Man, in the 6th round, like, come on, man. At least give me a B- there. Like, come on.
All right.
Tarun Jackson. I thought this was crazy. 7th round, edge rusher, Coastal Carolina. Gave us a C+ for Tarun Jackson. That's a better pick than a C+, man.
At that late.
Yeah. And then Trey McKitty, tight end, Georgia, C+, 240th overall
First
pick.
Of all, at 240, that should have been a B+, bro. He should have. I'm just kidding. Let's go.
So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we were defensive heavy, man. We went J.C. Horn. We went Jamin Davis. We went Jamar Johnson. We went Tay Gowan. We went Bobby Brown III. We went Ernest Brown IV. We went Tarun Jackson, all defensive picks. And offensively, we really only went Trey McKitty, tight end from Georgia. Michael Manet, center from Penn State. Ramondre Stevenson, running back, Oklahoma. And then Elijah Moore, wide receiver from Mississippi. And to be honest with you, I don't think the Eagles are going to take this many players. Let me just state that. I think that they would move up the board and take guys that they want later in these rounds. I mean, why play games when you have this many picks? Get the guys you want. Just doesn't make sense to play games with it. You know what I mean?
True.
But I wouldn't be unsatisfied with the draft like this. I think that they would have done a lot to, the only thing I would really criticize is like, I don't walk away forward, Mike, and I don't feel confident about our edge rushers.
Nah, I honestly think that the Eagles, the way the Eagles value, again, both trenches on both sides, offense and defense, I think they value it too high. Mm-hmm. So I think don't let your mind get away of the Eagles taking both of them positions in the early 150. Like, I'm not saying we're gonna go first round, Rashawn Slater or Penny Swope. He's not gonna be there, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we won't go Rashawn Slater. Listen, what if Rashawn Slater falls to 12? Like, Howie Roseman's going to be pressed to take that because that's what he does. He builds the D line. He builds the O line. We've been top 5 in them 2 categories, or top 10 at least, for the longest time. So it's not the sexy pick. It's not like the guy who's going to lock up on the outside, supposedly. But you got to understand, this is Howie Roseman.
Look, I feel like we did some things for Jalen Hurts by getting Elijah Moore. I would have loved to have gotten Jalen Hurts some competition at the split end wide receiver position. It didn't roll that way with the draft. I think that in reality, I would have worked the board with trades to go get me a guy that I feel like can compete. Like, I would have definitely worked the boards to go get a guy like a Tamarion Terry, Sage Surratt. I would have worked the boards, Fahoku, the kid from Stanford. I would have worked the boards to get one of those guys if I had to. I will say that, that part, like, but, hey, look, Elijah Moore, I think is going to be a really good football player. They're going to have to find ways because, like, you're not going to use both, Jalen Reagor and Elijah Moore's vertical slot. So I think the natural thing to do would be to keep Jalen Reagor where he was his most productive as a college player, which is as a flanker. Stop trying to play him as a split end receiver. That drives me crazy. He's tough. Don't get me wrong, but, like, it's just, he doesn't have the wingspan. That's hard for a guy that doesn't have, 77 plus, wingspan to be out there trying to catch in those kind of windows. I think it's a really difficult ask because you have to be almost flawless in your route running to create the separation enough to do that. I think putting him on the field side would be where you would get the best use of him. I think a guy like Elijah Moore could be a vertical slot for you. He could definitely kill teams on the underneath stuff too. There's tunnel screens, quick pass, all that kind of stuff. Man, he could kill teams on that. I think those two, you got a movement flanker, you got a movement Z, and you got a vertical slot. I think that would do the Eagles a lot of good. Ramondre Stevenson in the 5th round, man. I like it. I don't know if Mike, you made a good point. Like, hey, man, he's got to beat out 2 guys that are established, or they got to keep 4 running backs.
Yeah.
And that's true. But, the Eagles did try to take a running back last year, too, in the 2nd round. I mean, that was in discussion. So, I mean, I don't know that that's, we got a guy that's center. I don't know Mane's athleticism. Like, I'd have to get Jalen Williams to look at the film with me and then really sit down and talk about it, guys. I'll see if Jalen has some time to maybe talk about some of these offensive line prospects before the draft. And
because
give us some perspective.
He was big in the chat when you were saying the top offensive lineman was, I don't remember his name, blah blah blah. He said no, that's what they think. Jalen Williams saw it different. He saw the Bama center being the top guy. And I think you called the Bama center like number 3rd when we were talking about it. So we're going to have to see what Jalen Williams says. But Jalen Williams, I remember him saying the Bama center
Dick
is the best
I think
available.
It's Dickinson or Dickerson, something like that. Jones is
correct. But what you had on the board, he was like 3rd or 4th, like on PFF rating, what I'm trying to say. So he's saying what he sees is different from PFF. Yeah. But let me just come through and say this. Look, like the running back position is, I mean, like, yes, we can use some talent there. You know what I mean? You can get that splash player on side of Miles Sanders. I think Miles Sanders is the splash player. Like Jordan Howard. If we get Chicago Bears Jordan Howard, I'm very hyped. But we don't know what he has left. He came from Chicago, showed upside, got beat up, had a shoulder stinger that took him forever to come back, goes to Miami, he can't get on the field.
Yeah. And I'll say this, guy. But like we were having fun a little bit with Vic 3 just because he's a big channel supporter, man. He's been here for almost like day one. He's one of those guys that we're just having a little fun with him. Just because they call this grade a C+ on certain, like Johnson, the safety, that doesn't mean crap. It doesn't. That's the, it's a subjective grading. He might be a lot better than that, guys. I mean, you never know. I mean, I think last year, like we made, like, I didn't realize that you could change some of the settings. And like, of course we had like an A- draft because like I was plucking dudes in the 5th round that there was no way would be available. And I was like, what the heck? Like, yeah, of course this is the pick.
Like, hold up. Put the link in the chat one more time. And Mark, Jalen, Philly 52, Victory, Patrick, NFC East Beast again. If y'all the ones who are really commenting, if y'all want to come in one more time, let's go. Put the link in the chat one more time. The link is pinned in my chat. Like, bruh, just look up and you got it. If not,
all right, I'm about to put it in the chat again, guys.
In Gate Cities, when he puts it, come through, talk your talk.
Yeah, I mean, I liked a couple of the Mitchell late in the draft at running back. You know, another guy I like a lot out of the University of Louisiana Lafayette. I'm over here stuttering. Yeah, I mean, I think he's a good football player. I like that pick, but with Ramon still on the board, I was just like, yo, that's crazy value. Let me pull in Jay Will. What's up, Jay Will?
What's going on, y'all?
Hanging in there, man. What you think about the draft?
To be honest, I hate it.
What do you hate about it?
The fact of who we got, where we got, and there wasn't much movement. I understand looking at this draft as okay, this is the end all be all, but we know it's a 2-year plan. So, what's up?
No, you're good. You're good. Mike is just.
Oh, my fault.
I gotta go run and get my charger. Go ahead and spit that fire.
What's new? But we know it's a 2-year plan. So I'm looking at guys like Horn and Moore as I could have taken some guys a little bit further back and still got the same value as those players. You get what I'm saying? I'm not talking about those players exactly, but the value of those players a little bit later on. And one of the things we also could have done was package some picks to get picks for next year as well, because I think that's going to be a big part of our strategy moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got you on here, Jalen. What do you think about interior offensive line with the Eagles? Like, do you think that the Eagles should be a little bit more concerned than they are in this draft with the interior line, or do you think that maybe ride that out and maybe approach that next year's draft?
No, you need to be concerned about interior offensive line because you're honestly one move away one injury away to Kelsey from disrupting the whole offensive line itself. So it's like, what you gonna do? Yeah, you have to address the interior offensive line. Even though what's his name had a good season. I know this is wrong, but I call him Fatback.
Herbert.
Herbert had a decent season, but Herb is what he is. I don't feel comfortable with that starting. That's a backup. Hell, that's maybe your third.
Yeah, so you're not buying him as a potential left guard or right guard next season as a starter?
No. If he is, you're in trouble.
Fair. Yeah, fair. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's fair. I mean, I wasn't high on him at the beginning of the year. I thought he played better than I expected, but that's the thing. As you get into long-term projections, it's hard to really, to really say, like, where you see guys. All right, guys, what's up, man? All you guys are in here. Let me do my best to kind of like tune some of you guys in. So, Victory, what's good, buddy?
What's good?
What you think, man?
I didn't get to hear the question. I don't know if we were going off of what Jalen was saying about the line, but I just want to bring something out. He mentioned just an injury away from the police. We're not thinking about Lane Johnson coming back from 2 surgeries. We're not thinking about Brandon Brooks who's coming back from his injury. This line is very depleted. So for us to ignore it this year would just be irresponsible on our behalf.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to get Monet in here before we ran out of offensive linemen, because I do think there still needs to be some depth at the interior line personally. Like I said, I definitely, if I were to critique this draft, I like Tarun Jackson later on in the draft. I think that's a really good football player, especially for the 7th round. But I would have liked to have gotten a guy that's a little bit more proven against better competition with maybe a better chance of development than what we did. Like, I felt like we may have waited just a tad bit too long on the defensive line too, because a lot of the same questions could be said about the defensive line with the contract situations and the age of that group. I think we did try to attack it with multiple picks, but I think we kind of threw darts at the board in an attempt to hope something stuck there. But
Well, I think we messed up with the first pick because that first pick should have been, at least the way it came out, should have been a defensive lineman. Because how we went lineman, cornerback, and however it played out there, I think we would have came up better. Horn's a great player, but I think, like I've been saying it for a long time, there's a lot of value from rounds 2 to 5 for cornerbacks.
Mhm.
And I was even saying before, I was looking for Mark Gilbert in the 6th and 7th round. There's a possibility he can be available. That's still good talent. We don't necessarily need to go for corner right off the bat. Yeah, there is a lot of heat on Horn, Farley, and I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on Surtain, but we don't necessarily know once they get in the NFL if their game translates. So everyone pretty much it's like everything else. It's we don't know yet.
yeah, I mean, anyone could technically be a bust, but I will say that when it comes to SEC cornerbacks, they're very well tested. Though that's the thing. They're playing NFL level competition, which is, it makes you feel a little bit more secure. But every player is technically a catastrophic injury away of not being the same guy.
Yeah,
I don't think Sidney Jones was that bad. I just think that it took him a couple of years to fully recover from that injury, and I think it was too late for him in Philadelphia once he did.
Well, that's what I was saying before. It always goes with value of position and need. Yeah, we need a cornerback at that time, but we should have looked at Sidney Jones' injury, taking that more to effect, and known that we could have picked him up in the later rounds. That's the thing that Howie's not good at, evaluating the players on when to pick them. And like how, even with when I'm saying in the 3rd round, let's go with Jamar Johnson. That's a great value pick because, again, I was asking the question in the chat, who's our starting safety next year?
I think they're going to play some. I think they're going to play some weird hybrid stuff again. I think you're going to have a guy coming back from a knee surgery, two consecutive now. Rodney McLeod, who played really well before the injury, but multiple knee injuries is not good for an older player. But he was playing well before that injury. And then you got Anthony Harris. I don't know who your third is going to be. I would assume it's going to be Kavon Wallace, but I don't. To be honest with you, Vic, I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't even mean this season. I'm talking about next season. We're looking at McLeod. I think, if I'm mistaken, his contract.
Kavon Wallace.
Yeah, that's all we got left. So if our play right now, if we have a safety that's available, especially in the 3rd round with a good grade that he had, it's a no-brainer to go there. Now that linebacker, let's talk about it. That linebacker grade on Davis, I'm pretty sure it's because of the lack of talent at linebacker is the reason why we got the good grade.
A-.
Hey, let's talk about it, Mike. I think I picked more A's than you, didn't I?
Hold up.
McGinty, let's start with McGinty. Let's start off with that pick. Why did you even think of picking him anywhere in the draft?
Who, McKitty?
Yeah, McKitty.
Because he is a physical specimen who's going to go in the later part of the draft in the 200 area where really them picks are all darts, bro. You're just throwing darts. And that's it. I think we have a very good tight end room. I think we can develop them. I think it's better than Peterson's son at tight end. And I look, come on now. Let's be honest. Let's not say we're picking him.
I gotta tell you, what would the entertainment value be if we drafted Doug Peterson's son? Just think of the potential news report that could come out.
And made him water boy.
Yeah, but we'll talk about how bad that would be. How would that be on him? Let's be honest. If he was to be picked by the Philadelphia Eagles, he's going to be the talk of the town, and it's not going to be good talk. That's not even good for him.
But
it's not.
So wait. Hold up. What do you got against McKitty at 200?
I have nothing against these players. What I'm saying is where you're trying to pick them at is too high. They're not. I don't even think he's picked. If you go through this, I don't even think he's projected to even be drafted. If he is going to be maybe like the last round. You went
him in the last round, 240.
Mike, let me the first round though, guys. So let me ask you guys, everybody, a question. So Jalen, Vic, NC's Beats, who else we got in here? Philly 52 and Kibo. Let me ask you guys a question. If you're picking defensive line in the first round, this is where I had a problem with projecting defensive linemen. I like Kwity Paye. I like Barmore. The problem is with a team how do you manage a team that has immediate needs to be better versus a team that also has needs in the long term? Because if you pick a defensive lineman, there's a really good chance that guy might not play 50% of snaps. There's a very good chance that they don't.
That's fine.
The only defensive lineman I'm taking is.
You know, he's all about. He said, "Just go with the future."
But you're talking about playing 50% of the snaps this season. Now we're talking going forward. What's Cox looking like next season? What's Hargraves looking like next season?
Yeah, but listen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do you grade that out though? Because like we also got a quarterback we have to grade. Yeah, and I don't even think it's fair, man. I mean, look, will you know a lot about Jalen Hurts at the end of the season? Yes, you will know a lot about the way he developed over the course of the season, right? But
Correct.
I don't know that 16, 17 games plus 4 games, so let's say 20 to 21 games is adequate to give a long-term projection. I think that's really difficult. I think it's a really difficult proposition. And I think almost the fact that they're saying they're going to do that tells you what they really want to do.
They want to move on. Yes, they want to make sure they're right. But listen, hold up. We got a lot of people in this room. Let's do this real quick. All right. We're going to start from the order of our faces or our cameras or our names, right? So we're going to start with Gate City. Gate City. Let's redraft this again. First round pick. If it's totally up to you. And again, you got to put perspective where you can't just say Jamar Chase. You got to put perspective where we're at. Who you taking first round?
I think it depends on the way the draft falls. If I got if I have multiple cornerbacks on the board, I would probably trade down with the insurance policy of Barmore and Kwsp still being there at positions of value of need and being good football players. If I couldn't get those corners, if I'm sitting there like we sat there tonight with Patrick Surtain, and I got Barmore on the board, I got Kwsp on the board, I got J.C. Horn on the board. If someone's willing to come up to try to get Mac Jones, I'm trading back. I'm trading back. I know I can get somebody. So I do think that corner is a larger immediate need, and you could say long-term need because Darius Slay's pretty much done after this year too, guys. And there's really nobody at corner past that.
Correct.
But I would also say that the Eagles, just because the Eagles changed coaching staff, and just because the Eagles, that coaching staff might have a slightly different belief system about the way their principles and the way they run their defense, I don't know the front office changes the valuation of position groups. That's my fear. I don't know that changed.
Correct. So again, let's just say the board plays out kind of like the mock drafts are having us. Let's just say this: at 12, you got Jalen Waddle, Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn. Who you going?
Give me Parsons.
Let's say Parsons is there. Who you going? Gate.
Oh, my bad. Man, it's tough, man. I think Parsons is the best player out of that group of players you named. But I don't know the Eagles see it the same way at linebacker. So I can't get my mind. I can't get my mind around that, Mike. I still think you got to hear
you as a solo proprietor, a solo guy picking this is what I think is the best. Like, forget the Eagles at this point. Give me your take.
I'll say this. I think you got to go corner. I'll give you my justification for it. The reason I think you have to go corner if you can. I don't think you should be reaching for players at corner like this is a deep corner draft. But if you don't get the right guys at corner, look, we had a good pass rush last year.
Yep.
It didn't matter. If your guys can't cover, you're in trouble. But I will say I was encouraged by watching this, Mike. I was encouraged by the fact that if we didn't take corner in the first round, I like the fact that there was a run on receiver and not on corner.
Correct.
Because then that leads you to feeling confident that at 37, that guy might not be Patrick Surtain. They might not have the ceiling of Caleb Farley or Patrick Surtain. They're still going to be good. Asante Samuel Jr. is still a good football player. He breaks on the ball well. Tay Gowan's a good football player. Ifeatu Melifonwu has all the physical traits, and he's a big, long, athletic corner. Like, those dudes can all play, right? Eric Stokes. All those guys are still there. At some point, we have to put it on the coaching staff to develop players.
Facts. So in retrospect, Gate City, you're at 12. Keep your brain tells you who's on the board, who you taking quickly. We're gonna go through the whole people on the camera or on the mic.
Surtain's my number one. Okay. I do get a little cautious. I do get a little cautious about Horn, just because I think Horn has tremendous abilities. but I do wonder if he's going to get penalized a lot early on in his career. I'll say that Christian Barmore has to be my number 2. Then J.C. Horn would be my 3rd. And then my 4th player on my board personally would then be Kwsp. So I would go Surtain, Barmore, Horn, and then Kwsp.
Interesting. As we took Horn, which was the general consensus from the chat. But listen, so you're going to take Patrick Surtain, Alabama cornerback. I'm going to go next. If Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn are on the board, I don't want to say this right now, but I think I really will go. I'll go Patrick Surtain. I love me some J.C. Horn.
I don't think there's a wrong answer between the corners, Mike. I mean,
correct.
Patrick Surtain is a very fundamentally sound corner. He doesn't necessarily break on the ball the best. He kind of lacks that athleticism, but I mean, look, the guy shut down a lot of players. Yes, he got beat by Pitts, but who didn't Pitts beat really, man?
Yeah. So look, at the end of the day, I mocked myself. I did a mock draft 6 days ago. I took J.C. Horn because I thought Surtain won't be there. Again, I think Surtain is more legit. I think Horn's ceiling is higher. It is what it is. I'm taking Surtain. We're going to go to the next guy, who is Jay Williams. Jay Williams, if you're on a clock at 12, what are you doing? Give me your take.
I'm trading back to 6, somewhere between 15 and 18. Picking up another 3rd round pick.
And so you're going to acquire a 3rd round pick, and in the process of acquiring the 3rd round pick, who are you taking at what spot?
Caleb Farley. That's my number 1. It honestly depends how the boys drop, but I expect the top 2 corners to be off the board. I expect Smith to be off the board. I expect Baltimore probably to be off the board.
What? Give me a little bit more in depth. So give me the number you kind of are looking. I know you said between 15 and 18, but give me like the spot, what you acquire, and your exact pick and why.
15 and Caleb Farley.
And what do you acquire?
I'm picking up an extra 3rd round pick.
Okay.
Because it gives us flexibility between rounds 2 and rounds 4 to do what we really want to. If we want to pick up more, I guess you say, immediate picks, we can go ahead and do that. You know,
somebody's TV is too loud.
Yeah, whoever watches Cinemax,
you might have to find that TV and mute it.
Put the surround sound down, please.
And listen, Jay Will.
Yo.
Give me the upside of Caleb Farley. Like, people say, okay, you're taking Caleb Farley. Why?
Caleb Farley has the potential.
What did he do that you love?
Caleb Farley has the potential to be the best corner in the draft, but nobody's taking a look at it because they actually have to do a little bit of work with him. You know what I'm saying? His instincts are a bit off because he's new to the position. But the thing is, you're talking about natural talent. He has the best natural talent, the best body, the best numbers, whatever you want to put. That's him. But he just has to get a feel for the position. And I think his floor is a lot higher than a lot of people want to say, because instead of trying to make him the number 1 corner, even if he isn't, let him do what he does well. He'll be fine in the NFL. Don't worry about that. That's why I see.
The thing I like about him, Jalen, is he's a cornerback that plays the game still like a quarterback. Because he was a quarterback in high school. I think he sees the game like a quarterback sees it, and that gives him the ability to really play well as a corner.
Smart.
Because he's got the physical athleticism to back that up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if he gets beat, he has a special gear to the point where it's like, oh crap, he's hawking me down.
Recover.
And that easy, bomb is now contested. You get what I'm saying?
Got you.
And number 2 wide receivers aren't that great at contested catches, if you get what I'm saying.
Correct. And we're talking about him playing alongside a big play Slay. Big play Slay will automatically cover the number 1. So we're asking whoever we take, whether it's Patrick Surtain, Gay City's pick, J.C. Horn, a stud, still not my pick. I still went with Patrick Surtain too. And or Caleb Farley to cover the second receiver. But hey, victory, you're at number 12. What are you doing? Give me why.
If we're still going by the way the draft was, I'm gonna go with the I'm telling right now because I'm hearing all this noise. The defensive lineman out of Alabama. I'm gonna stick with that and
Christian
follow through.
Barmore.
Yeah, man, because it takes care of
Barmore.
needs. Like I said, yeah, Barmore.
Barmore. I'm horrible.
It takes care of a need. Like I said, Fletcher Cox is getting long in the tooth, so we're gonna have to replace it sooner or later. So we're gonna need a replacement right there that handles cap money too, because Fletcher Cox or whoever there is gonna be a lot of money tied up too. And like I said, going forward, then you go with a cornerback in the second. And like I was saying, like just go with that position of need with the value. If you stick with that, you can't go wrong.
I'll give you that.
Yeah,
I think
it's a fair assessment, Vic. It is just like Jalen was saying. The Eagles take Caleb Farley. They move back, add picks, and get Caleb Farley. As long as the medicals are fine with Caleb Farley, I got no problem with that. If the Eagles moved back and took Christian Barmore, I have no problem with that. I just know that some people, you know how people are, will be absolutely enraged that you're taking a guy in the first round that is not going to be a heavy contributor year one.
Well, like that's what I said.
He'll still be a contributor, and he'll be impactful. He's going to get some sacks.
Correct.
Whoever we get, we're going to be upset with the pick no matter what. There's going to be some contention.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter who
yeah. But
true.
victory. I will just say this though. There's going to be picks that can be judged differently and not get playing time, and there's going to be picks who can be judged differently and be front line center. Got to start. Let's go. We appreciate you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Like, look at Brandon Graham. When he was originally drafted, there was no one that was like, yeah,
nobody loved him.
Yeah, but look at him now. Like, he's one of our favorites. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to be in the Ring of Honor one day.
Hey, I ain't mad at the game. I love the consensus. So we're going to go to the next guy. The next guy, I believe, what is that? NC East Beast in the building.
Hey, guys. I love the first three picks. As far as Barmore, I'd be worried about him getting back with his own crew. He didn't have the best upbringing there in Philly, so might not want to bring him back to Philly. He might be fine. You know, I don't really know anything about it, but I have heard that. As far as what he I think he will fit what I think the Eagles want to do on the defense, where they want their defensive line to hold up against the run. Basically put 6 men in the box and not 7 or 8. So he would be a fit, but I think the biggest need and with the value, J.C. Horn would be the best pick there. I like him a little more than Surtain. His hips are quicker. He's a little quicker picking up on the ball. He does different. So that's the way I would run. Now,
I love the competitive nature of J.C. Horn.
What's that?
I said I love the competitive nature of J.C. Horn. I think he's a guy that would immediately be a locker room favorite.
Oh yeah, yeah. He and Surtain are really high character guys. I mean, there's no problem there with them coming in and being leaders on your team. Yep. And the Rondell Moore pick, that's just. I mean, you're looking at. In my opinion, he has the best hands and the best route running of all the wide receivers. Now he's small, but he's quick. He's fast. He's just a game. He's one of them guys that can just change a game for you. Punt returns, kickoff returns. That's just a guy. You just put him in situations where you get the ball in his hands and open space and let him go.
Holy crap!
And NFC is beast. Right there. No more. The pick has to be in. Who you got?
Oh, J.C. Horn.
He said J.C. Horn.
Yeah, and I agree with Jalen about the offensive lineman. Now, from the second pick in the third round on, this is a very good offensive line draft. While next year's draft is going to be a better defensive line draft as it appears now. So I would probably go heavy on offensive line, third, fourth, fifth round.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you, man. We got to keep getting some guys in here.
Yes.
All right,
facts.
so
Philly
Philly
52.
52, what's good, man?
Yo,
That's my
yo,
guy.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear
Philly
me?
52. Hold up, real
All
quick. I
right.
just gotta say this. I've been trying to get Philly 52 to come through in a while. He's a channel member. Much love, much respect. I need to hear this. Go ahead, Philly 52.
Yo, don't hype me, man. Don't hype me, man. You're
I'm
gonna
hyping
get
you.
me embarrassed.
You gotta make this pick right. I'm just kidding.
All right, so
He's gonna say, why did
I'm
we take that
peeking.
tight end from Georgia?
I'm peeking at the 4th spot. If Fields is still there, I'm jumping, bro. I'm jumping. Yep.
4.
I'm jumping for Fields. If he's not there, I'll sit tight at 12. If Smith doesn't fall there, I think I'm trading back. Maybe around 17-ish and taking Bateman. Maybe pick up a 3rd. I'm asking for a 2nd, though. But that's what I would do. But more than likely, history says they're going with a defensive line. It's going to be, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be like a Kwity Paye or Vic Three's guy, Barrymore, whatever his name is. It's going to be one of them, man. Or even Christian Barmore.
Yeah.
That's probably what it's going to be. Yeah. So that's my take on it. We're living like in this draft, it's weird. We're like in a fantasy land where, we want to pick a safety at round 2, but that's not in our history. We don't even pick them in 3rd, in the 3rd round. So we're kind of in a gaga fantasy land in this draft, So I'm just trying to keep it real with what they would do,
Hey, Philly 52, let me ask you this. Just let me bounce this off your mind. Listen, again, Howie Roseman, the dictator, right? He's a dictator.
Right.
But how many years after dictating do you just say once in a while, like, listen, Nick Sirianni, we picked you off morals. We picked you off mindset. We picked you off just the football guy you are. You know what? I'm tired of Twitter ripping me. I want you involved in this. Like how many times can Howie Roseman mess something up where it's factually known on him, where he doesn't leak a story because he's great at leaking stories, that maybe Nick Sirianni might be involved in the draft. We might hear that in the next upcoming days. I'm just saying, I think Howie Roseman has too much fire on him. I think he might want to say, I might have to, just for my job purposes, legitly rally around some people, whether it's my scouts, whether it's my head coach, whether it's my anybody. I need more influence into my pick. Where do you fall on that?
Unfortunately, I think that, I wish that they would take his input, but I think you need a guy like an Andy Reid, a more established guy. And I think Howie is scared of that. He wants the puppets,
Yeah. Okay.
And I think Laurie, go ahead.
No, real quick, what I'm saying, he loves the puppets. That's what we know about him. But the puppets is what got him into what the puppets backed him into a corner, because we know they're puppets. We know it's his choice and or Jeff Lurie's. What I'm saying to you is the general consensus, even with beat writers, is if Howie don't get this right now, he legitly might be out. If he reads that, do you think that changed his mindset at all?
Do you really believe that, though? I think Lurie and him are a tandem. From the beginning, when Lurie came in here, he was hiring MIT guys, freaking Joe Banner and this and that. He's all about the analytics. And I think Howie is another puppet to him, so it's like puppet to puppet. And he's the puppeteer.
I do think that
some
of the things that we blamed on Howie may have been Lurie. I do think that could be
definitely.
True.
Yeah, definitely.
I can say
I really do
Howie got a
hope.
good chance of being commissioner one day.
Yeah, right.
You might be right.
I think he's dropping.
You're right?
I think he's dropping on the GM board, though.
the guy who takes all the blame and just keeps it on the shoulder. No smile, no tear, no nothing.
I think when Lurie came out and said that Jalen Hurts is going to be the guy. He put all the blame on his shoulder. So what happens? I think Howie is safe this year. After this year. Now after this year, it's probably his where he's on fire. I think, and I hope that's the fact, because we can't with this team. We can't worry about analytics. We have to worry about the best guy. You have to go for the best guy, the guy with the heart, the tangibles, not analytics.
True.
And to think that they picked J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Rager off of analytics, that's craziness, man. Where they could just stop everything that the scouts wanted to do and say, no, we're picking this guy and blindside everybody. We can't live like that, So that's just my take,
I do think Jalen Rager's pick wasn't so much as analytically based as it was his relationship with Aaron.
Because you wanted him.
Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, I did. And I still think Jalen Rager's a good football player. But even when I did my mock draft, I didn't take him at 21. Like, I kept moving back because I felt like, hey, I like this player. And if he's available where I feel comfortable with, I'm going to take him. But, I wasn't going to reach for somebody.
Right.
And Mike knows me, bro. I'll start on Thursday and I'll pick sometime Saturday. But
hey,
I got you.
Look. And to all respect, like, I think Jalen Rager was wrongly criticized for what happened. He was injured and healthy, and he was with the same crew that made every single Philadelphia Eagle look bad. I mean, Zach Ertz finally getting hurt. Dallas Goedert gets hurt. Offensive lineman is hurt. Carson Wentz is trash. He'll be better in Indianapolis. Like, everybody was bad, including the coach. So I think it's a hard judgment to be placed on anybody in the 2020 Eagles offense. But I will say this. In retrospect, Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in the draft. And in retrospect, the scouting department advised Howie to take Jefferson.
Yeah, they advised him to take Jefferson. Exactly.
So what I'm saying is this, though. Our scouting department is good. Just listen.
Yeah. But it's scouting versus one guy, right? I forget what that guy's name is. Alex, the analytics guy.
Hallaby.
It's a scouting versus him, and nobody else has a say, to change what the analytics department does, because it's his say, and I don't think that's right, man. I mean, there's so much more to go. These scouts do work all year round, 365 exactly. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not down on Rager. I think he's gonna have a good year. Under this new
He's
staff.
talking on Twitter. He's better.
Even JJ.
Yeah.
I won't go that far.
Yeah,
there should be a American relationship.
No, he will watch.
There
He's gonna have a double wide umbrella.
Yeah, you gotta marry analytics
guys,
with film. That's the problem. Analytics have to be married with film, and I think that's the part that we've been guilty of, is that, like, we're looking at the analytics, and I use analytics too. But what I do is I look at the analytics, then I consult the film, and then I take a look at what I see going on. Like, then you gotta go deeper. Like, okay, this is what the film shows, but let's look at the level of competition. Okay, what was the route design? What was the technique used? What was the coverage he was employed by? How much of this was schemed? Like, you had, that's the problem I have. Like I was trying to talk to everybody today when I made the Kwsp Watkins video this morning. I said, I like Kwes. There's talent behind Kwes. A lot of what he did was schemed, and you got to have a creative coach to utilize him. I think that you need a guy like Nick Sirianni to get this guy a lot of free releases. He's going to need free releases to be a problem at the NFL level, the way he can be. And I just don't think that Doug had it in him. I think Doug went to some very simplified offense, running Ohio routes and dagger routes. I saw a 2-1-2-2 route concept. These are all very basic route concepts that you run even in high school. Like,
I was about to say that's high school route tree stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. I'm gonna have to get going soon. I'm gonna rock out with you guys. Like, as long as we're gonna get it done soon.
Let's get Kivo in here and Philly Nemesis before we end, because they've been waiting patiently. What's up, Kivo?
Yeah.
What's up, man? What's going on?
What you think, man?
with a piggyback off what y'all was talking about, the analytics thing, with that, none of us know who we taking, honestly. It could be anybody at this point, for real. So we can speculate, but if I was to pick, if I can get Surtain at 12, that'd be great. And I'm definitely trading back into the first if I'm able to take Surtain without moving up. So I'm going to trade back into the back end of the first, and if JOK drops, I'm definitely grabbing him. But if not, Jason Owe, I think, from Penn State, that's what I want.
Pass rusher. So
Yeah.
wait, Kevo, real quick.
4-3.
Yeah.
Kevo.
Yeah.
So your mindset is still to grab that corner. Hopefully it's Patrick Surtain. And your mindset is to get up in the first round. Where are you trying to get back into?
Anyway,
25 up or early 25?
Any 23 at the earliest.
Hyatt.
Like 28. Somewhere in that range.
And off the top of the dome, what are you trying to offer to get there? Like, what are you trying to give up in capital to get to that? Let's say like 27 spot, 26 spot.
It's gonna take a first.
I would say we're gonna have to. I mean, I think it's a way to finagle without giving up one of our first. It's a way to do that. If we,
do you think Zach Ertz is involved?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Zach Ertz, our second round, and one of our thirds.
Which third? 70? It got to be the earliest. Probably.
It's gonna have to be. It's gonna probably have to be the earlier one, depending on what team we be dealing with. You know, Javi is a sweet talker, so he can get somebody to.
This
don't want to. So
I'll give you that is probably one of his best traits. So look, so you're willing to part ways with Zach Ertz, the 70th overall pick, 37, to move to 26 to select who. If JOK's not there, where are you going then? You just select this Patrick Surtain?
I'm going Jason Owe.
Pass rusher.
Yeah. We're going to get a pass rusher. You know he's going to do that. You can't wait till the second or the third to get one. So have to go get one before it gets
Let me ask you this though: you take your boy for Penn State.
Yeah.
Week 1, Derek Barnett, Brandon Graham. Does he start or does he sit behind him too?
If we still have Barnett, I believe he's going to sit behind, of course, but he's going to have the potential. I think they're going to try to move Barnett before the year's out, or it maybe even during the draft if they can. Barnett might be in the mix where we can keep our third. It might be Barnett in the second or Barnett in the third.
Interesting.
I think it's too late. Isn't it too late? We already got him for 10 mil.
It might be too late, but I think they're going to try to move him though. I think they're going to try to move him. And we need corners though, so I got this draft at least 3 corners to draft.
3 corners?
At least 3.
But at what spot? You just took.
I like Vincent. I like Curry Vincent, like 4th, 3rd, like
LSU.
Huh?
LSU, Troy Vincent.
Yeah. I like him a lot. I like him, and I like I think it's Kelvin Joseph. I think
Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, I like him too. But I mean, if we take Vincent, it's him or Vincent. I want both of them. Like, either one of them, and then we're gonna take another slot because Maddox. I love Maddox. We might still keep him, but we still gonna need another one just in case.
Yeah. I like Kelvin Joseph a lot too. He's a first-round talent. He is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Kelvin Joseph. I had somebody, I can't remember who it was, but someone commented on one of the videos and said something about I guess he has some serious things that happened off of whatever freaking highway that is down in Louisiana. That I don't know. I never heard any of this stuff, but the person seemed to know the area pretty well and said that he's got some major concerns. I will say from his college career, the only thing that's really going on is that he had a violation of team rules, which got him suspended for a bowl game, which, yeah, that's not ideal, but I don't think that's like a nail in the coffin type thing. And then he opted out after pretty much showing that he was going to be drafted. He was like, all right, I'm done for the year. He opted out of their bowl game, which as an NC State fan, and we were playing them in the Gator Bowl, I was all for that. I don't think you should knock a guy for not playing against NC State.
Yeah. Well, to sidetrack for a second, I don't know if anybody caught that interview our defensive coordinator had a while back. And I believe a guy like him can get somebody like that under wraps with his principles and the stuff that he believes in. and the stuff he indulges in outside of the football field, the football world, I believe that somebody like that, he can kind of, direct in the right direction without, So I mean,
Yeah.
it all depends.
Well, it's tough too because like the allegations I'm hearing are surrounded by mystery. I don't know what he's being accused of. I mean, it might not be anything, but because
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying, like he was being a young man. Like, I mean,
Maybe
I'll be real with
exactly.
you.
You mean, they nitpick. It's draft time. They nitpick certain people. So it can be.
Because that's my fear. Like, I couldn't imagine if things got brought up when I was like 16 or 17 years old. Like, I was a dumbass.
Yeah.
What about Mac Jones's off the field issues? You know,
DUI.
Also, late. One of our late picks. I like Sam Ellinger, man. I swear. I know we don't need a quarterback, but I like him in the fifth, late fourth, early fifth, around range.
What?
I like Sam
No
Ellinger.
Fields at 4.
Huh?
You don't want Fields at 4?
Nah, man. We got hurt. What's the point of doing that? Not saying like that. We got why would we risk it to go get Fields? We can get whoever we want, really. Like we
Nah, I know. I'm just joking, bro. That's my guy from the start, though.
Oh yeah.
I always
like
wanted the Fields.
I used to watch him. The little quarterback QB1 back when he was in high school.
Right.
They had him back in high school and all that. I like him, but I don't think he's worth all that. We got too much capital. We can go ahead and do this first thing and see how it goes, and then if not, go get.
I just worry because next year, there's only like one good guy.
I mean,
there's only one good quarterback.
We don't have to do it in the draft, though. Technically, though, we can get whoever we want for real. It's candy land.
With a 3, yeah, you're right. We could get a Russell Wilson.
So there's no need to rush. There's no need to rush. We just gotta make sure the scans don't end up with a good quarterback. We would be in trouble.
I think they're a candidate for Mac Jones, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know how the DUI affects him, to be honest. I mean, it should have some concerns because, I mean, look what happened to Kerry Collins.
They're not talking about it though. I haven't really heard anything on mainstream. They trying to hide it. So
I mean, Kerry Collins got drunk before the Super Bowl.
Oh no, it's been out there.
But
that's been out there, bro.
It's not stopping him from being the top pick though. You see, they got Fields doing the second pro day for what? So I mean,
yeah, I don't know the whole questions on Fields either because that's the first time I heard of that. But that's all, they're trying to just downgrade him so that they could pick him, So people throw shit out there. They throw stuff out there,
I think Fields was my first draft profile video I did actually was Justin Fields, and I said like, look, when he gets himself in trouble, it's because he's doing some of the similar things we saw from Carson Wentz, is where he wants to make a play, and instead of giving up on a play and hitting the check down, he's hanging in there just a little too long, and it gets him in trouble sometimes. But the kid's got an incredible arm.
I think his pocket presence is better than Wentz, though, a lot better.
Yeah, Wentz. I love Wentz, man, but some things you just watch and be like, why would you do that? I don't know. It's like
honestly, I don't think. I think he's going to San Francisco. I mean, maybe they take Mac Jones, but I doubt it. I just think that you look at what Kyle Shanahan runs.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah, you see what Kyle Shanahan runs. I just don't think Mac Jones is a good enough athlete for that.
I was about to say, because Kyle Shanahan, honestly, he got a plug-and-play system, so who knows who he's going to take, honestly.
And it's funny because it's like the Washington situation. Yeah. He's looking at Mac Jones, which was, what's his name? That's in the Vikings now. Kirk Cousins, or RG3, which is Field. So it's like he's in the same situation, but he ended up picking RG3. So that's why I would think Fields is his guy.
But Fields, I think Fields is a more pure quarterback. I just had to argue with my cousin yesterday about RG3. But I remember
you remember those bombs RG3 was throwing? Man, he had a hell of an arm.
But you gotta look back at the tape though. I remember watching him. They ran a lot of max protection, 2 receiver routes, but he didn't never scan the field. It was already scripted all the way. They ran all straight digs and in cutting routes, digs and posts. It was never. He never had to sit back and really read the defense. That was his downfall anyway. That's why the Shanahan simplified it so much. So it was all play action, zone read, and boom, boom. That's it. You can say that if you go back and watch it, you'd be like, like that was such a. It was almost like what we did with Kelly, how he came in and took over the league for like 1 year, and people caught on to it. He was gonna catch on to RG3 if he wouldn't have got hurt.
Yeah.
You think
Philly
so?
Nemesis, you still with us, man?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still with you.
If I'm able to sit on the couch and peep that, come on now. People get paid millions of dollars to break them down.
All right, Philly Nemesis, what you got for what do you think, man, about the draft?
I mean, it was pretty good. What I would have done personally with them talking about moving up still, if Jamar fell past Miami, which I think he will, because I feel like they're going to go with Kyle Pitts and stuff. If you do, I say we take that chance and go get him. That's a real playmaker there for like the next 10 years. People are unsure about Jalen. People are unsure about Jalen Rager. So I think, saying that's the chance we can take. But also, I'll say if he doesn't fall that far, I'll move back, get some compensation, and get JOK. You can build around a guy like JOK on that defense. And we really need linebackers right now. We can't think Eric Wilson is the answer or long-term answer at that position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Eric Wilson, and the funny thing is like when you look at Jamin Davis and you look at a few other prospects, like there's some similarities to Eric Wilson, to be honest with you. I would say that, it's tough because you need to get a 3-down linebacker if you can, but I just think that those guys are probably going to come off the board before the 37th pick. I think it's a very high probability.
Yeah, that's why I say trade back.
That's why I say Cox will be there.
Trade back from that 12 and sit at like 20 or 7 from the 17 to 20 range, and you can land a guy like JOK. We don't really necessarily need a wide receiver in the first round. We can get a wide receiver in the third, second. The class is deep with wide receiver and cornerbacks. We can get any of those in the, but the class isn't really deep with linebackers. So I think we should land one of these linebackers as early as we can, or at least an interior D lineman, because Fletcher Cox is getting old, and I like that kid from Philly, the Barmore kid. I like him a lot too. So if he falls there, we can stay at 12 and get him, or we can move back a couple more picks at 15 and get him or something like that.
Yeah, I will say that like Jabril Cox is a good football player. He's a really good coverage linebacker. Very similar to Eric Wilson, though, too. He's another guy. Like, he's a coverage guy that needs a lot of development and run defense. It's going to come down if we can coach some of these guys. I mean, to be honest with you, the one area I kind of like, I don't know what to expect. Man, our linebacker coach is only like 27. That doesn't mean he doesn't know the game, but I do wonder. I wonder, like, is that a situation to where a veteran coach is going to step in and assist, or like, how is that relationship going to work? I mean, it just seems like a vitally important. Yeah, I feel like 52.
I think he'll be more impersonable. So he's going to look at the Vikings defense, and he's going to be like, all right, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to follow to a T, and he's going to get his guys in there. I think they need those pass covering linebackers. We have the opposite. We have run stoppers. We need the pass guys. So I think he'll fit. I think Cox or JOK. I like Zaven Collins. The dude is massive. I think he'll be a great addition, but he's a 3-4 guy. So I don't know how that will work.
Yeah, I think he can play in the 43. I think if you put him in a 43, he can play it. I mean, he's a really good. He's a unicorn. You don't see many linebackers that are 250, 260 pounds that move like he does. Like, that's
260, 6'4". He's a monster. 6'5", I think, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only fear I would have with him is that at the NFL level, being that big, can he stack and shed? Can he stack and shed linemen? That would be my main concern, just because he's going to be so tall in the run defense. But he's a big, strong, physical.
Who y'all talking about?
Zaven Collins.
Zaven Collins.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what I heard about Nick. What's his name? Nick
Bolton.
My mind is Nick Bolton. That he can't shed blocks.
Yeah, he's got really good instincts, though. He's really good, instinctful football player. Like, he's not the greatest athlete at all. I'm going to be honest. He's not the greatest athlete. He's just, I would love to tell you that he is, but it's all instincts and just knowing the game really well and knowing where to be. And, it's a hard one to predict, man. You never know with those type of guys.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Facts. I'm back.
If you miss on the top linebackers, just get Hilliard in the later round.
Yeah.
I
mean,
Hilliard.
Yeah. If a guy like Bolton was there in the third round, if he slipped, I'd be involved.
Yep. I'm all about Nick Bolton from Missouri in the 3rd round if it happens.
Let me ask y'all a quick
You think he'll
question.
be? I don't think he's gonna be around. You think he's gonna last that long?
No, I think it's gonna go mid-second.
Yeah, he ain't gonna last that long. Unless it's Christmas.
What's up, Jalen?
So, hypothetical. We know Big Ben is going to retire after next year, right?
Yeah.
You trade back from 12 to 24 if 4 quarterbacks don't go in the top 10.
So that means what? Trey Lance and Mac Jones?
Yep, those 2 are missing. You trade back with the Steelers, get another 1st-round pick for next year. How do y'all feel about that?
What are they? 24, you said?
24.
You're talking about
compensation in this year, though?
Yeah, 4th-round pick, something like that.
4th round.
So you're talking about a possibility of 4 first-round picks, an extra late 4th round pick.
I would take their 2nd.
We can take Rashad Bateman.
The 1st and 2nd.
There you go. I'll take that too. But let's just say we get 4 first-round picks next year. Say it is, all right, or 2 second-round picks.
Zayvon Collins,
It's still
possibly,
good.
Mike.
Huh?
You might be able to potentially get Zayvon Collins. I mean, in that territory, I think you'd be like Cody K, Zayvon Collins, Rashad Bateman,
Newsom.
Boy, you get kind of sketchy on corners, though, man. I don't know.
I would still go.
I would
still go with Asante.
You don't think you think Greg Newsom is before 24?
I think possibly could be.
Between 24 and 32.
I think he can go as high as Chicago, man. I think Chicago needs corners.
Correct.
I think there's a few teams that. I think it just depends, man. Like, how far does Caleb Farley slip? What are teams grade Caleb Farley in terms of the medicals? Like, there's a lot of variance there. Because, I mean, if you trade back to 24, you have to, in my opinion, you have to get a corner at 37. You
Correct.
got to.
Maybe the Redskins take him.
Yeah, I think you're in a lot of trouble.
Two of our top 4 picks got to be corners.
Yeah. Let me just say this though: if we take Jalen Williams' prediction, let's say we go to 24th, if we get the 2nd plus some stuff, or a 1st plus a late 4th, all right. Let's forget that right now. Let's talk about what we would do at number 24, knowing in our heads that 2022 draft or 2020, is going to be legit because you have a possibility at 3 first rounds and 2 seconds or 4 first round picks. It's just ridiculous ability to redo your team.
I think it depends on, Mike, but I think it depends on who's available too, man. Like, you know me, bro.
Yeah.
You put me and Jalen together on the draft board, we're just going to keep trading down.
So look.
But it depends on who's available.
Rashad Bateman.
Their history, we took Rager, right?
Yeah.
We took Rager last time we were in that position.
Yeah,
true.
Well, I'll say like the only reason why I'm trading back in this draft, I don't like this draft. I'll be blatant with it. I don't like it. It's not a top end draft. It's somewhere between a B- and a C to me. That's the reason why I'm trading back. A lot of guys are interchangeable in terms of value to me. So
I can see that too, especially with the opt-out year. You know, the opt-out year where people are opting out. I feel iffy about this one.
It's going to be the same way next year. It's going to be the same draft.
Hold on. Jay Will, give me names that are supposedly supposed to be good that you are weary about, whether it's opt-out reasons, whether it's just you just don't believe in their talent per game tape. Give me the players who are highly projected that you're just like, maybe not.
are you talking about as in they're not supposed to go into the I think this overall this draft.
Yeah.
So outside of what?
Yeah, so overall this draft is not hyped up to be what it's supposed to be. That's what you're saying. So with that being said, give me the hyped up names that are not that hyped up.
I'm gonna do it the opposite way. Chase, Pitts, the quarterbacks and Parsons, even though I don't think he should be a top 10, those are legitimate top 10 talents. Everyone else, I wouldn't have a problem with them going in the mid-20s. The DNs
Penny
are
Sewell?
weak. Yeah, I'm not. Penny, put it this way, Penny Sewell is not as good as people think.
Well, let me just say this though. You've been on record since like almost a month ago.
Yeah,
I remember you in the chat like a month and a half ago when we did our last Battlebirds podcast, and I was in the same area. I was in a different room, but in the same brother-in-law's house. You were saying Penny Sewell is not who people think he is. Elaborate on that.
let me easy way. Take Penny Sewell out of this draft and put him into last year's draft. He's probably the fourth tackle taken off the board.
Wow.
Can I add just one tangible? His short arms. That's all I got on him. To me, an expert said that his short arms is not good for left tackle.
But I'm gonna say it like
And
this,
I don't-
his arms aren't that short. You get what I'm saying? They're short compared to what people ideally want, but he's at the length where you can play tackle in the NFL. You get what I'm saying?
He's not prototypical Hall of Famer length.
Yeah,
He's not good for left tackle though. I'm gonna put this out there, and we'll find out. But look at Andre Dillard, about the same arm length, and he
But
cannot play that left tackle.
I'll say this: I have an unpopular opinion on Penei Sewell. Kick him in if he could snap the ball. That's a Hall of Fame center. Because he moves like a three. He moves like a 3-tech, a very athletic 3-tech. And the force he comes with, he gathers when he has to make contact. If he can make contact off the line with his speed, he's fine. But as soon as you get him in no man's land from time to time, oh crap, I can go speed to power and take him off of his feet. The Utah film, he looked really bad in. He got put on his butt a few times. Auburn did not care who he was. They showed him, this is the SEC. We're grown men out here. And he struggled.
That's tough, man. You got me. I wasn't ready for having this kind of debate, Jalen.
What?
I don't even have anything prepared to even say, man. I'd have to look at film, man. You gave me at least one place to go look, which was the Auburn film.
Yeah.
But I mean,
what was it? Number 18 was eating his lunch. Like, don't get me wrong. Sewell might have won the block because of positioning of where the running back was, but 18 had him jacked up. Like, oh crap, I'm tripping over my feet. I'm on my butt. Okay, I'm glad the play went that way. You know.
I like Darisaw. I like Christian Darisaw. He's got the arm length.
I'll say this about Darisaw.
To me, he's what's that?
He plays at his own tempo. That's a good and a bad thing. The reason why I say that is he's never going to look like something is too. How can I say this? He's never going to make something look too hard. But the thing is, I question how much effort he's putting into a lot of these blocks. If he doesn't make the block on his first effort, it is what it is to him. You get what I'm saying? He doesn't put people on the ground. A lot of that stuff is where I have questions about Darisaw. But everything else, he's fine. But that's why I say Darisaw, I can see him going 27 in another draft. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some people put the L word on Darisaw. And the kid looks good as part. Now, what do you think about Tevin Jenkins? He's got a good nasty streak to that kid.
I love him, but I love his attitude. I love the leverage he plays with, his technique, his footwork. The only question I have with him is he doesn't have the arm length, and he doesn't have can I say this? He doesn't have the arm length, and he doesn't have, I guess you'd say he's missing a little bit of athleticism, where I look at him and say, at the next level as an NFL right tackle, you might have some trouble. So I'll feel comfortable kicking him inside, but the thing is, he can still play right tackle. But I do have my hesitations with him. Love his attitude, love his film. He's a dog.
I love his film too. That's what got me on him as like number 2, number 3 tackle in this draft was his attitude and his film. I mean, he just put guys in the first round.
But I want to say, and here's the thing:
everybody
was talking about
year.
Say it one more time.
I just don't want to enter next year with a Brooks going down, Lane Johnson going down. You know, we're bringing up their mamas just to play guard. It's like, come on.
I agree.
I hope we have a stout line.
Here's the thing: we have to replace those guys though, because they're getting to their mid-30s, and we can't rely on the highest paid offensive line every year, and it not giving us any value. You get what I'm saying?
Let me just ask you this, though.
Jalen, we might not be done reshaping things. I mean, I said this a while ago, Jalen, that, people thought I was crazy when I first insinuated, when I said that, hey, man, over 30 years of draft history, we've only drafted 3 positions in the top half of the draft. And then I talked about, like, I'm not saying this is 100%, but if you just look at the long-term prospects, if the Eagles can move a guy like Brandon Brooks or a guy like Lane Johnson, who are still tremendous football players, teams that, players that other teams would have interest in, they might do it. They might do it just because at some point you got to start the new vanguard there, and you got to know what you have and what you don't have, because 3 years from now, Lane Johnson's likely not on this team anyways. So by the time you know what I'm saying, you'd be really making that push. What is it for to still have that guy?
We got to get more questions. We got to get more exclamation marks and get rid of the question marks.
Correct.
That's what we got to do.
And this is where I stand. Like, look, this is a brand new team. The only thing that is left remaining is management, being Howie Roseman. He got new everything when it comes to coaching staff, and they tailored it to the young, possible, brand new, the Sean McVay. I'm not saying he's going to be that or not. I'm just saying we went young. We went innovative. We went young and innovative in the coaching staff, right? Now, when you look at the leader of the team, the QB1 is most likely possibly going to be Jalen Hurts, another young player. You look at the defense, you got your veterans on there, but we're going to ask a lot for the young players to step up in certain situations, whether it be linebacker in the secondary, whether it be draftees who are going to be all filtered out through the defense, because as both Gate City, Jalen Williams, a lot of people have been picking a heavier defensive draft. With that being said, our receivers are young. Alshon out. Djax out. You're talking about the John Hightowers, the JJ Arthega-Whitesides, the Quez Watkins, the Jalen Ragers. You're talking about the Greg Ward Jr., who's young when it comes to NFL. I mean, he's just young. He's probably our veteran, but he's still young. Miles Sanders. Like, you look at this team, there's going to be more young than old. You know what I mean? And the direction has to be legit. What I'm saying is this. I think if this team somehow with the last place schedule we have, if this team starts 5-2, you think about it differently. If this team hits the legit growing pains it should have and start out 2-5.
Hey, Mike, but look at 2016. We started off hot that year too.
Correct. But, all right,
and then fell down to reality. You know what I mean?
Correct. But what I'm saying is you gotta weigh. Listen, you get growth from young players.
That's the quarterback, though.
No, but hold on. Let me say this though. You get growth from young players by keeping veterans around. So you can win just by keeping veterans around. They're worth their dollar with what they teach these young boys when it comes to attitude. I'm talking about the Lane Johnsons. Yeah. I'm talking about the right-minded headed guy.
Let me ask you a question, though, Mike. Let me ask you a question, though, because it fits into what you're talking about. So you're talking about like having veteran leadership and Lane Johnson maybe filling that role. But here's my problem. If you're going to still keep Andre Dillard because you spent a first-round pick on him a couple of years ago, wouldn't the logical solution be to move Lane Johnson, move Mulata to right tackle, and play Dillard at left?
Here's my whole thing.
You have Driscoll there for right guard and right tackle if you need him. I mean, you still got a veteran in Brandon Brooks.
Here's my whole thing. You start out 5-2. You're like, hold up, wait a minute. We might have a nucleus that is better than what people suspected. This is very rare. This is very doubtful. I don't think we're going to start that. But let's get to the real thing I think we're going to start. We start out 2-5. Well, now anybody who's 30 plus making big money needs to be talked about the league, because when you're 2-5, even if you lost some of them games in a close, hard-fought battle where you think the coaching staff, the young youth is in an upward trajectory, you still need 2 or 3 years to be where you want to be. If we're 2 or 3 years away, the Lane Johnsons, the Brandon Brooks, even the Fletch, even the big play slays, they're all a name that could be money, age, move. Let's fully rebuild. So I think it's where we start. If Nick Sirianni comes in and he's better than go ahead.
I think we can compete, Mike. I really do think we can compete.
Are we not at that position right now, though? Are we not at that? We came off of a 4-win freaking season. You know, we should have cut those. We're at that position now where 30 and over. That's the axe, but we didn't. We decided to hang on. So we're in a position that you're talking about right now.
What scares me right now is
forward.
It's do or die. Do or die.
That rebuild started already.
First 7 games, because of how long we held on to these guys, I think the first 7 games are going to be telling to say, are we buyers or are we sellers? And I think it's a fire sale or a hold on. We got great young talent that's actually keeping us competitive, as Gate City says, depending on what your competitive level is. Competitive can be meaning
last place schedule. Like that's why I'm saying we could still technically be pretty competitive this year. Like I'm not talking about Super Bowl contender or even a serious deep threat in the playoffs, but
it all depends on the quarterback.
Yeah, can we mess around and win the division? I think we could luck our way into a division title.
And I'll say it like this: if we have success, I'm thinking it's going to be fool's gold, because look, most of the players on our team are over 30 or they're waiting to get their second contract that are going to be starting. You get what I'm saying?
Brandon Brooks and Lane Johnson not being the second contract guys.
No. That's what I say. They're either over 30 or they're waiting on their second contract. So you're talking about the offensive line, all of them except one. No, as a matter of fact, Isaac is on the second contract. It's about to be up for his third.
Yeah,
so he gets lumped into the whole offensive line, the whole defensive line. Your secondary that's projected right now, you have Slay, Harris, and McLeod. Those 3 guys right there.
All 30 plus.
30 plus.
Yeah. And then you got a bunch of who's their names behind them.
Exactly. And I hate to say it, but I'm telling you right now, Kayvon Wallace is not the answer that people think he is. He's a good fill in the spot player. Don't get me, he does his assignment. He's where he needs to be when he needs to be. But the thing is he going to be a difference maker? No. Sorry, he's not. It's the reality.
4th round. I mean,
Manning can put him in better positions though, Jalen, to be a more productive player, and then maybe there's a little bit different of opinion there. I mean, he's never going to become
Brian Dawkins.
Physically, like there's limitations here. Like, but
so the way I see it is we have to split our needs, within these next 2 years. We can't have everybody in one draft. So how do we split it? That's going to be effective with contracts running out and 30 plus year old players. That's what we got to focus on.
Again,
you get rid of the 30 players now, replace them with the young talent and fill your needs next year.
But in that same thinking, if you miss, that's a 5 to 7 year rebuild. Then.
Correct. So let me just say this. I want to say this though. You got to draw a fine line of this is a brand new coaching staff, right? So you're not talking about a coaching staff that has already been in the game that develop people. Like, we're not talking about Andy Reid on his 7th year, where you can go through a rebuild of young talent knowing that Andy Reid put people on his staff who's going to legitly turn these people into something else. This is a question mark. I like the Gannons. I like the Scheichnings, the Siriannis, the Rowlises, and I'm horrible with names. You already know who I am. I like these young coaches we got, right? But listen, we can't bank on them being the foundation of Philadelphia to turn this thing around. So you still got to keep the veterans. Listen, you can learn more from a veteran on the squad who's in your ear. And some young players don't necessarily trust the coaching staff like they trust a Fletcher Cox, like they trust a Lane Johnson, like they trust a Zach Ertz. These guys are in the locker room. They're Super Bowl worthy. They know what they're doing. These players watch them on TV.
That would be a problem, Mike, because if you can't get the ear of your players, that's a huge issue.
No, I'm not saying they can or can't. Hold up. Let me just finish this. I'm just saying it's good to have veterans that are legitimately proven when you're bringing in the bulk of youth. And I'm talking about the minimal amount of veterans. Keep the minimal. That's why we got rid of the Alshon Jeffries, the Deshaun Jacksons, the Jalen Mills, who's not a veteran but been around for a while, and it just happened. You know, we're getting rid of some of these.
I think that's the common sense thing to do, though, what you're talking about. You know, keeping at least a few good veterans, but veterans that lead by example. You know, and not that they're injured all the time, or veterans that lead by example.
The Fletcher Cox, the Brandon Grahams, these guys are going to translate their players in that position group better, or as much as the positional coach, and then we move on. Like I'm saying, it's.
I don't think Brandon Graham's going to be back, Mike. I don't.
No. He's only he got a 2-year extension. He's going to be back for 1 more year. That's it.
Yeah, he'll be back this season, but I think just age alone.
I agree, but what I'm saying is,
look, I really wish that they could find a situation for him to come in, like a Chris Long situation, as like a 3rd or 4th pass rusher with the contract making sense and being that veteran guy, Mike. That kind of would.
I agree, 1 more year, but Gate,
but I just don't think they're going to do it.
Gate, we're still talking about him being back this year, 1 more. He signed a 2-year extension. Yeah. I don't believe it's 2 years, but we're talking about the guys who are in.
The other year that was added on to dummy year was just to split up his money, his signing.
Correct. Bonus. So again, what I'm saying is, you might possibly, if we keep Zach Ertz, you might have the Zach Ertz, the Fletcher Cox, the Darius Slay, who hasn't been an Eagle but been around the league for a while, the Brandon Grahams. These are all guys, the Lane Johnsons and the Brandon Brooks. These are all guys over 30 who you have to question the future. But the 1-year future is bright for the production, bright for their guidance, and bright for the coaching staff to just feel the energy to hold other players to the same standards going forward. I'm talking about the future while talking about next year. What I'm saying is,
well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off, Mike. Was it a mistake to let Malcolm Jenkins go last year?
He would have been a great guy to be around for that secondary all throughout.
They couldn't pay him though, right?
I mean,
I think if they had dealt with him honestly, Philly 52, I think if they dealt with him honestly, I think he would have taken a reasonable deal for the Eagles. But I think it was the way that they approached it. I think it was the way that Howie approached it caused the standoff. I think it caused the standoff between Malcolm Jenkins and Howie.
Remember, he took the same money in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, he took a 3-year deal in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's probably
the exact same numbers.
Yeah, it's probably really a 2-year, but it's a 3. You know what I mean?
He probably was.
So talking about money, we have a lot of money next year. What are we doing? Who are we keeping?
Be careful saying
are we keeping Goddard?
Yeah, I don't think we have that.
Goddard?
Yeah.
Why not?
It depends.
Because we're
right
low
now
end.
20. I think right now we're at like 25 million, and like you just said, we got to look at a contract extension for Goddard. We have to look at a contract extension for Miles Sanders. We have to look at a contract extension or what we're going to do with a guy like Derek Barnett. There's Josh Sweat. I mean, when you really look at like who's coming due,
now
I don't know that we're going to have that much money.
But why not look at who's gone? You're talking about possibly selling some people this year if it's not going the way we seem. So
You do it,
get
but
the
if
you
you
get the
do it
Lane
prior-
Johnsons
if
and the
you do it
Brandon Brooks.
after- Mike, if you do it after June 1st, that's a June 1st designated cut or trade.
Could only do 2.
So it's going to go on next year's cap too.
And that's already done.
So like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's dead money you don't get back.
So yes, but all right, look. So Lane Johnson or somebody gets traded middle of the season. That's going to help the books
this year, not next.
Do you think they will extend Sanders?
I do. Miles probably. He'll probably get an extension.
How about Goddard?
I mean, look, it depends on Nick Sirianni and Jamel.
He got to ball out this year.
But it depends on the new coaching staff. But I mean, I think that he's about as talented as you can really hope for. I mean, I don't, look, he's got issues, and he's got areas of development just like any player, and part of that becomes concentration drops. I think he has in spurts, he can get a little reckless with the football. I think he's got to be a little better with that at certain moments, but I think he's been better than we thought overall, because that was definitely a big knock on him coming out of college. It was ball security. I don't think it's been that bad at the NFL level. But what I will say is, Mike, the way this works, when you June 1st designate a trade or a cut, and you don't even have to designate it once it's actually after June 1st. So you'll get an initial savings this year, right? Because what happens is that you only have to pay the dead money due on this year's contract this year against the cap. And then everything that's remaining for the rest of the contract goes on next year's salary cap. That's the way that works. So while you will have an initial savings this year, you could roll that money into next year and kind of work it that way. But it's really lowering your liabilities next year. It's hitting you there. So it's actually taking money away from you if you have to do that for next year. Like I said, you can try to balance it out by like what the Eagles do before, where they took part of Fletcher Cox's money, right? And they converted it from base into like bonus money. And then they basically took that savings and rolled it from 2020 into 2021. They could do something similar with Lane Johnson. Obviously, we're not talking about an extension or renegotiation. We're talking about a cut or a trade. And I don't think it'd be a cut. I mean, I think that would be ridiculous.
Never that.
But something like that could definitely occur. They could do something like that to kind of work magic around the numbers.
Let me ask you this though, Gate. So let's just see where we are now. It's hard to do this without the draft. So I think the draft is going to be key in to see how quickly or slowly we start this rebuild. But what are you actually thinking the Eagles are going to do with a Jalen Hurts led Eagles? A possibility. Listen, we all have in the back of our heads people that are possibly going to be selected by the Eagles. We don't know if it's J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain. We don't know what direction we're going, but we know a little bit about Nick Sirianni. We know a little bit about Jalen Hurts. It's a big question mark, but give me worst case scenario, best case scenario, Eagles prediction, and then we go off that. We see where we got to go. Give me your best and worst case scenario, Gate.
Worst case scenario is like a 1-15, 2-14 team.
Yeah, I mean that's really, really, really worse. But
I mean, if you look at the teams we beat. What starting quarterback did we beat? Daniel Jones. That's it. That's the only starting quarterback.
You can also say, but you also can say we were in the Steelers game. We were 2-point conversion against the Ravens.
We were
in it.
We were, but there's complexity to that. We weren't in that game because of the way we played. We were in that game because they got so far up on us, they struggled to close out the game because of how
I'll give you that.
How fast they got up on us. You know what I mean? Like I think it's harder to defend those leads than people think. Like it's harder to keep your guys going when you're up like that.
Hey, the Sixers definitely not. But let me ask you this, Gate. but you also know that you're talking about like, as you said many times, poor coaching, poor quarterback play, poor injury health, and we were still a team that kind of fought.
Like you could take Jalen's perspective too on worst case scenario. The Eagles mess around, win the division, have a really old roster that we don't know much about the young guys behind these players. And then those guys have to be moved on for in the offseason next year.
And then
we're sitting here thinking we have a better football team than we do. That's the other side of this. Like, that could be an issue.
True.
Like, I guess it's perspective, really. I mean, the positive side to me would be a middle of the road team that shows signs of improvement and young players contribute and make you think that there's a future. That's the
Truth
best.
be told, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not evaluating this year based off of our record. I'm evaluating it based off of the growth of the young players.
I'll give
If
you
the old players fall off a cliff, they fall off a cliff. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Listen.
I'm
If
evaluating
JJ
Hurts.
Yeah, if JJ Arcega-Whiteside has 30 or more catches, Nick Sirianni's going in the Hall of Fame.
but Jalen,
Everybody's buying umbrellas.
But Jalen, I agree. You got to evaluate the young talent, in with the new, forget the old, because the old's only going to be here for a little bit. On. Let me ask you this though, Jalen. Give me your take though. Best case, worst case.
Worst case scenario, we're 4-13. Best case scenario, we're 9-8.
Oh yeah, I forgot we had an extra game, Jalen.
Yeah. But
it's so weird. It's so weird.
The reason why I say that is because we know eventually somebody has to fall off a cliff. You get what I'm saying? We have a lot of veteran players who are in their 30 pluses. It just happens like that at the age of 30. I don't think the pass rush is going to be as effective because of the scheme change.
I think the
Why
position matters when it comes to 30.
Yeah.
Cornerback is a lot more harder to keep up with the young fast guys. I mean, we saw JP and rest his soul. He needs to retire. But he played the 38. You know what I mean? If we can get
but JP is a freak at the same time.
True. I'll get it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to get ready to go.
Yeah, real quick. Philly 52. We're done after this. Philly 52. Best case, worst case.
Best case, we own the division, but we still struggle with like a Russell Wilson and our Aaron Rodgers. But we know that those are key points that we have to figure out. Worst case, or that's best case. Worst case would be we just suck. Hurts is a one-trick pony. We got to get another quarterback, and now there's only one good one in the next draft. That's worst case for me.
That would be horrible.
See, that's the one thing we haven't talked about is the possibility of trading those picks next year.
Yeah.
This whole time we've been on.
If we still have them.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to pick 3 or 4 first round.
And if we get a first.
Yeah. Hey,
if we get a first from the Colts.
I will say, hey, Mike, I will say this, though, man. Like, you look at the situation and you try to weigh it and you try to judge it from next year's draft class. We're going to know a lot about Sam Howell. That dude's going to play next year at UNC without Michael Carter. He's going to play without Javonte Williams, De'Ami Brown, Daz Newsome. Like, man, there's a lot of weapons leaving that offense. So,
yes.
Like, we're going to know that dude's a legit first round, like, top 5 quarterback, like top 5 pick quarterback.
Yep.
Like, I think, like, what's the other kid's name from Oklahoma? Is that Rattler? Isn't it? Rattler. Is that Oklahoma? Like, yeah,
hell no to Rattler.
Oh man, that was a strong opinion. He didn't just say no, bro.
He said hell to the no.
But real quick, before we get out of here, NFC East Bees, go ahead. Give us your best case, worst case, and we out.
All right, best case, I think we're going to be around 6-11. Worst case, 3-14. And if you all look at that home schedule of the teams we got to face this year, it looks rough. And while you guys,
I thought we had the easiest schedule.
No, it's not the dates the schedule are on, but the teams we're going to play are out there. And it's going to be the 2 Super Bowl teams, New Orleans. I mean, there's nobody on there that's a give me. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but New Orleans has who?
Teams.
Taysom Hill.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts
beat them already.
Jalen Hurts beat them already. Listen, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, we own them.
I think they're going to. Did they pick somebody up? New Orleans.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't want to be that guy, but you do realize New Orleans was rushing Jalen Hurts like they were supposed to rush a pocket passer.
Yeah, they
so that's part of it why we won the game.
Listen. I mean, everybody learns. Everybody's gonna learn more. But hey, NFC East beast. Listen, listen. You're 6-11 as a best case scenario. I mean, maybe. I just want to say this though. For me,
I've got worries about Lane Johnson. You know, I mean, I've got worries about this offensive line not being ready to play this year.
correct.
They'll be ready.
Listen, every single player who was injured last year, you can't come into this year like, well, I feel better about him. Nope. It's 1 year of age. 1 year, you got to beat the injury and keep it away. So injured play. Listen, it's like once you get injured, either you get injured and don't get injured again, but after one, if two comes, well, then here comes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
But here's the thing. Also, those injuries are to the Achilles and to the ankle. That's
Horrible.
everything for an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about
hard to anchor.
So let me just say this, like
how many does Brooks have? Like 3?
He got the whole bone structure injured. You can ding. Listen, shoulder, ankle, knees, both legs. I mean, you name it, Brooks got it.
Yeah, and what happens when the other team is playing 3 yards in our backfield?
Look, listen, I know. Listen, we got to end this soon, but listen, I'm gonna end this with this. Shout out to Philly 52. Shout out to my guy Jay Will and NFC East Beast for being the realest, sticking on with us, just chopping it up for the last hour or so. But I'm gonna end it like this. The Eagles sucked last year when it come to coaching, quarterback play, being healthy, everything possible.
Special
and somehow,
teams.
somehow we won 4 games. I just think if Jalen Hurts is C+ or better, if Nick Sirianni is B-, if things go our way when it comes to the injury bug, you got to give us 3 wins plus the last place schedule. I know you said we got a couple guys on there, but yeah, we might have the Saints, Bucks, and Chiefs. But other than that, it might be a bunch of cupcakes. So yes, we get 3 losses, but then we got some cupcakes. I mean, listen, I know you see it that way, but at the end of the day, we do have a last place schedule. I mean, I haven't looked it over, but a last place schedule is still a last place schedule. I mean, I haven't been able to go over it, fine-tooth comb, and or look at what's home or away. And I don't even think that's fully out. I just think that we know our opponents. Anyways, I think
just real quick though.
I'm
Who
at
would
the
you
number
compare
7.
us? Who would you compare us to in the NFL that's competitive? Like where we're standing right now?
It's hard, bro. Maybe the
Carolina.
Chargers.
I think right now,
well, they have a quarterback though.
I think the way Detroit just lost everybody offensively, pretty much. You know, you could say that. Well, they got Goff. I mean, they're okay, but they don't.
I guess Goff. Yeah, I guess
they're gonna have to they're gonna have to build through the draft too. Like they don't have anything offensively.
Why not the Chargers?
Not with Herbert and stuff, man. They're in better position than we are right now.
Okay, but listen,
and they got really good receiving core when it's healthy, man.
Chargers at home.
Yeah.
What I was trying to compare ourselves to the Chargers is this: they got some young talent that's good, and they got some veterans that's holding them down. But how many games did they win last year?
More than 4.
4.
No, but how many?
I don't know, man. Let me look it up, bro. I don't follow the Chargers.
I don't know either.
Me either.
I know people want to take this as an insult, but I think we're closer to the Jets than which people.
Stop it!
Oh hell
Listen,
no!
No. And it's not even an insult. It's not.
We have a whole bridge. We have a whole bridge between us.
It's not.
We have a whole bridge
between
between us.
Look at the talent on the
Bro,
Jets.
they won 7. They won 7 games, Mike. They were 7-9 last year.
Okay.
Look at the talent on the Jets.
All the way up the turnpike. We're not that close, bro.
We might be better than Denver, but they got a good receiving core.
No, but listen, what I was trying to say, listen, minus the quarterback play, what I was trying to say is this. The Chargers are trying to put that youth burst into that roster, but they still got veterans that they love. What I was trying to think of was like a team that needs to get younger, but also keep their veterans, and the Casey Haywards, the Melvin Ingrams, the guys on defense who are older, who are still going to be able to teach. That's what I was trying to look at, not record wise, but I was trying to look at like that type of scenario. Herbert is a boss. Herbert probably better than Joe Burrows when it comes down to it. Like right now, what I've seen,
he's the better player out of him and Joe Burrow. Herbert's better.
I would say the Colts because they got Carson.
That's sad.
Like I will say this, Mike.
Hold on.
I think we can look. I don't think like you can make cases that Chicago's worse off than us. Like Andy Dalton's their quarterback.
Trash.
Like you know what I mean. You can make a case for Detroit being worse than us. You can make a case for Atlanta. Atlanta has Matt Ryan. It has Matt Ryan. It has talent at wide receiver. It just doesn't win games. I can't explain it to you. They just don't win games for some reason. Carolina, I think Carolina is an improving football team, but they got to go out there and prove it too. To be quite honest.
So
what have they really done to write home about?
Jay Williams, please explain why you mentioned the Eagles and Jets in the same sentence, please.
You just got rid of a quarterback. You have a lot of unproven talent on your team. You don't know who is who's actually going to be good, who's going to have rough spots. You have some bright spots. Ours is Miles Sanders and Dallas Goedert. Theirs are, what's the guy's name? The left tackle. Love him too. Beckham. Yeah, he's from Holland Springs.
Hold on. Okay, real quick. Name some veterans on the Jets, like the Fletcher Cox, the Darius Slays, the Brandon Grahams, the Zach Ertz. Name guys who are in that category for the Jets.
What's the linebacker that used to go from Baltimore?
CJ Mosley never, but he's been either opted out or injured. He hasn't played it. He's been with the Jets for 2 years, hasn't played it down. More than 2
but
games.
you're talking about their caliber and level. They still have them on the roster.
Okay,
that's
so that's
all
one.
I'm saying.
That's one. Right. Give me another one.
They got Vinny Curry.
Stop it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say like I don't view the Jets as a complete dumpster fire roster wise as everybody else does.
You know what?
I don't either.
Now I'm personal with the Jets. Do you know who's on the roster?
My brother's a Jets fan.
Hang on, Mike.
My brother's a Jets fan.
Mike, do you know who they put on their roster? This just got personal with the Jets, bro. They got Manasseh Bailey on their roster. Yo, we about to fight with Joe Douglas.
And they got that BDI coach. They got that BDI coach too.
No, he's fired. He's fired. They got.
They fired him.
They got Robert Salah, the defensive coordinator for the Niners.
That's right.
Listen, Jay Will. The only reason I'm coming at you like that is because listen, my brother is a Jets fan, and my brother thinks that I care about his team. Like every time the Jets make a small move, they can blink twice. My brother says, "Oh, you see, this is the reason why we're going to be better next year." And listen, if there's any other team in the NFL that I can name, probably almost a whole like a bolster of players about, it's the Jets. It's because my brother thinks that I need to be informed every time they make a move or they do anything, or if they're thinking about everything. Like my brother texted me, like, you know what, Zach Wilson's the best. We're gonna get him. You know why? Because this is what we did. The reason we held off from I'm like, I don't care about the Jets, bruh. But my brother's a Jet fan. He fell far from the tree. I don't know what happened to him, but maybe he's adopted. I don't know. I still got to ask my mom.
Hey, the Jets play, or the Eagles play at the Jets is that 17th game.
Correct.
Game 17.
Listen. Me and my brother were at the Jets game, not this year, last year, when we sacked their third string quarterback 11 times, and Orlando Scandrick had to fumble return for a touchdown, or the interception fumble. I don't know. Nathan Gary had an interception.
Mike,
we were at that game.
Their defense is okay. They got Quinnen Williams, the kid from Alabama a few years ago.
Correct. He's dirty. He's dirty.
Yeah, they got Sheldon Rankins, fairly good football player. It's defense. Defense is where clearly their strength is.
Correct.
I mean, they got a lot of unknowns offensively. I mean, I think
they
Denzel,
did.
I think
They just had
Denzel Mims
listen.
came on last year at the end of the year. I think Denzel Mims was coming on for them.
Yes,
But you know,
correct.
I don't really
Listen,
care about
don't
Denzel
forget
Mims. He could trip and split his chin for all I care, bro.
Jameson
Yeah, but
Crowder.
they're going.
Listen,
What do they have at quarterback? They're going to have a rookie, and who behind him?
BYU Zach Wilson is who they're gonna have.
Actually, I don't even know who they have as a backup as a quarterback. I couldn't even tell you. I don't know, to be honest.
I mean,
They
they
can't
get
have
rid
Joe
of players
Flacco.
left
We
and
got
right.
him.
No, we got Flacco, so they ain't got that. Damn, I don't even know. Let me
So
look. That's a good
that's
question, man. I really don't know.
you know
Do they even have another quarterback listed?
that's going to
They
be the
will.
deciding factor.
Listen,
Hey, well, you're not going to go with one quarterback. Of course, they're going to sign somebody, but I don't see one player listed, Jalen, at all. Oh, no. James Morgan. Actually, I was pretty high on James Morgan last year. I'm not going to front like I wasn't as a late round developmental prospect, but that's not a veteran backup.
yeah, but look, at the end of the day, they're gonna get their BYU quarterback. They're gonna finagle some ugly thing or draft something late. Look, the
And they
Jets
got
are
that
still
kid,
nothing to be happy about. Like
If
they
get
lost Robbie
Fields,
Anderson.
it's over.
They
Yeah, they
lost
had-
Robbie Anderson. They lost Jamal Williams. They lost a lot of talent. Now listen, this guy, Joe Douglas, who we know a lot, he has 22 picks. And 22 picks in the next 2 years is a lot. But a lot of these picks are high value picks. He needs to hit. Joe Douglas is going to be fired or rehired for a long term in the next 2 years.
Don't they have like 3 first round picks?
Two first round picks and a very like
2. Okay.
All right,
a
Mike.
very
I got to get ready to jump off here, man. My wife is going to kill me, bro. I told her we were going to
Yes.
be 2 hours. We are 4 hours, bro.
listen. My wife.
Bro,
listen,
we grinding, man. We grinding. Let's
do you
do
know
it.
why? Do you know why I went upstairs? I went upstairs because I got the onlyest text message.
Only
But
S.
I went upstairs, I cleaned it up, and then I'm like, "So y'all gonna do this? Fucking, I'll go back downstairs."
Bro, your family, her family,
Yeah, we gotta
you're
go.
the
She
most
was like-
antisocial person ever, bro.
She was
Who?
like, I brought you out here in the sticks.
Your
and you
wife's
still
family,
doing
they must
YouTube
think you're
stuff.
like really antisocial. Like every time he comes over here, he
Yeah,
just goes down to
they
the
hate
basement.
Yeah, but
She
you
was
know
like,
what
I
I
drug
use?
you all the way
Listen,
out
my
here
wife
to the
is
sticks. I drug you all the way out
my
here to
wife
the
is
sticks,
100%.
and he's still doing this.
My wife is 100% Latina, and so you know what I use? Man, y'all talk Spanish too much. I don't understand it, so I feel left out. All right, yo,
You're
we
gonna
gotta
get
go
to
though.
them.
Appreciate you guys.
Watch some
All right.
Bonnie Rice, the linebacker from
Oh,
Georgia.
he sucks, man. Get out of here. He
You don't like
sucks.
Bonnie?
All right,
Nope.
I'm about
Good
to bounce
night.
off for that one goes off another 30 minutes. All right, y'all. We appreciate y'all tuning in. We will see you guys next Saturday where we will do 2.0 of the mock draft. Appreciate you.
It won't
I
be
will-
this long though. It
Yeah,
won't be
I
this
will
long.
post I'll post a link, guys. Or I'll post a picture of what we picked. All right, so that way everybody can
Hey,
see
how
it.
about an analytics mock? A
Yeah, I'll
Howie
do
mock.
one. Okay, I'll do one before the draft. I'll do one. All right, guys. We
All right,
appreciate
cool.
y'all. Everybody in the comment sections. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been real. It's been good. It's been fun. I'm out. Later.
Last thing before we leave, are we confirmed to be on for the draft? BBP for the draft.
Oh,
Is
you
that
want a
confirmed?
live stream for the draft?
Yeah,
I'll
love
live
you.
stream. I don't know if everybody's going to do it. I mean, I'll do it. But
Okay. All right. Appreciate y'all.
all right.
Sorry
all
for
right,
the hold
guys. No, you're good.
Good
bro.
night.
All right, y'all. Good night, everybody.
Easy, my guys.
Now the